yeah, I mean, like. All right. Hello everyone. Welcome. So, yesterday we played through Janthir Wild's Absolution. I gave you guys my impressions. We did most of the content available. Why is this not opening? Well, okay, there it is. I gave you guys my impressions. I kind of talked about how I feel about the expansion at large. But I do know that there's probably people, or here's the thing. I was kind of out of it yesterday. I talked about that. I feel not better. I mean, I feel normal today. Let's put it that way. But yeah, I wanted to sit down and I wanted to maybe take some more time to talk about it. So I think I've kind of decided I do want to make a review of Janthir Wilds. I think that's the point where I'm at. Just because I'm looking for material to make anyways, and I think I don't know. I think it would be really nice to kind of wrap up my thoughts on this and kind of give my impression on this new expansion model as a whole. The thing is why I kind of held out when it came to Secrets of the Obscure was because I really felt like I was really negative about Secrets of the Obscure because of how terribly it dropped off to the point where like I felt like I don't know if I voiced it as much, but I felt like that internally I was like even ridiculing the release. But now that we're 2 expansions into this new model, I feel like I have a little bit more of a broader understanding, I feel like, because you know, having 1 expansion and like this is the example that they're giving us, and seeing how the initial release versus the post launch updates, how different they were with Secrets of the Obscure, where I feel like that the same thing is being like, at first I thought I was like, oh my god, this is kind of weird how this happened, and there's no way they can repeat this. But they kind of did repeat that. Like I said, I feel like Janthir was a little bit more coherent in that sense than Secrets of the Obscure, because Secrets of the Obscure was so divided. There was a clean line that you can draw where like content A like starts and ends, or ends, right, and content B starts, right? And so yeah, I'm at the point, it's like I didn't do a review of Secrets of the Obscure, and I don't know if I will retroactively make one. I doubt it, but I just think that I think that I'm at a point where I kind of feel like with Janthir Wilds, I really want to make a review, not only because of what I just said, but also because we technically have 5 months until the next expansion, right? So the next expansion coming out October 28th, right? That's the kind of date that they've given us so far, at least, based on the vault, the days in the vault, right? That we have in there. And I'm just getting this is my notes. They're in, like, I can barely read those. You guys will never be able to read these out or read these. But I'm just kind of gonna be taking notes as we discuss this stuff, stuff that I want to put in my review and stuff like that. While we're talking about the subject of videos that I'm working on, so I've also started work today on a new series. So as you guys know, I do have my shorts that I make, right? And I haven't been making them that much because I'm kind of running out of stuff to talk about, which is kind of a shame because I wanted to get to an even 50 with the core game. And I'm still aiming for that. So you guys have to be patient with me on that series because I'm still gonna be trying to kind of work on that. This is a strange effect with the, is this because of the rank? Do they always look like this? The blades, do they always have that effect on them? The weird, like, circle effect? I've never noticed that before until now when you have like a white background or gray background. What was I gonna say? Oh my god, I'm like, ooh, shiny. The shorts. So I'm gonna be taking kind of a break, not a break from them. I'm still gonna be working on them. I have one that I want to get ready and get it out. But I figured while we're still working on that series, while I'm still sitting here collecting like facts for that series and stuff like that, because I wanted to do 50 for the core game, and then I wanted to go through and get like at least 30 for each of the expansions and stuff like that. So I wanted to go after I have the 30 for the core game. I don't know why the 50 for the core game. I don't know why I have those arbitrary numbers, but I kind of want to have arbitrary numbers. Kind of because I have like another project that I kind of have in the back of my mind that I maybe want to do after the fact, but the thing is, so once I have the 50, I'm gonna go into Heart of Thorns, look for 30 there. Heart of Thorns including season 3, right? So I'm gonna be doing Heart of Thorns era, I'm gonna be doing Path of Fire era, right? And pick like 30 interesting little facts or whatever that people maybe not know, and then End of Dragons, and then Secrets of the Obscure, and then Janthir Wilds, right? And kind of go through. And yeah, so I wanted to do that. So that is still on. I do want to make those shorts. But then I have a new series of shorts that I started working on. Something that even yesterday we kind of discussed a little bit. I want to go through and I want to translate a bunch of things in Tyria, because people don't realize, like even veterans that have played the game for a long time, they don't realize that many texts in Tyria can be translated. So I kind of want to go through and just like find like signs and stuff. Like I already prepared the first short. It's not going to be that long. It's going to be a little bit longer because now shorts can be up to 3 minutes, which is really nice. So I'm not bound to the 1 minute mark anymore. It was kind of hard with the other shorts to keep it under 1 minute or keep it up to 1 minute. Sometimes I had to like get rid of some dialogue and stuff like that, things that I wanted to talk about. But I can do up to 3 minutes. So it's actually kind of nice. It kind of gives me a little bit of a lengthy, time frame of like, talking and doing whatever. So that's going to be my new, I call it Guild Wars 2 Translated. Wow, how original, But anyways, so that is going to be the new series that I'm kind of be working on. So I hope you guys enjoy that kind of stuff, and make sure to subscribe and make sure to watch all those, But yeah, so I kind of wanted to, I'm going to be running around. I'm just going to be doing random stuff. I'm probably going to be doing some events. I'm trying to get, what was I trying to get? There was some kind of something that I could get from, I want to do some events here because I kind of, oh, I can help with this. There was one of the new vendor things that you can buy. There was something I wanted to buy, and I needed 250 of these guys, so I want to get some of these. But yeah, this is my new character that I've been kind of, the thing is, I talked about this a little bit. I haven't played Virtuoso since like the release of End of Dragons, and I'm still not good at it, as you guys can see. I'm really not good, but I'm learning still. I'm still learning Virtuoso and the rotations and stuff like that. I'm not that great of a player, I'm gonna be honest, but the point is that Virtuoso is incredibly overpowered. Oh my god, the tool set that you have, I can't believe that people really think that it's not overtuned. I think it is completely, as someone that plays a warrior as a main who has been neglected when it comes to anything anything dealing with balancing and stuff like that, I can tell you guys right now that Virtuoso is really overtuned. I've been playing a lot of different specs, different specs. I've been kind of like over the last like half year or so, I've been kind of jumping into like different specs that maybe I haven't played as much and stuff like that. And I can tell you right now, Virtuoso is definitely overtuned in the sense that you can literally just press whatever buttons and you're doing like at least 25k damage. Like, it doesn't, you don't have to pay attention to your rotation. Obviously, if you pay attention to your rotation, you're going to be doing way more, you know, you're going to be doing a lot more damage and stuff like that. But it's really, it's so simple, and I'm amazed that there's not more people that kind of speak up about that, because I really think not that it's bad to have an easy spec and stuff like that, but having an easy spec that on top of that has some of the best numbers in the game, it's just, to me that feels kind of wrong. You know what I mean? Especially when, like I said, I come from someone that plays warrior. I don't know how many people play warrior. I don't know how many of you guys have like played warrior in the last like couple of years, but we've been getting screwed in when it comes to balance, right? Like, the spear was nerfed for no reason. Like, when I look at this and they want to justify to me that like, oh yeah, those warrior spear nerfs were justified, they were not. They were not at all. If I look at this, like, this is another long-range weapon. This was originally designed to be a power weapon, right? And but this is like now a power Condi hybrid kind of thing, and it is powerful. It is so powerful. Like I said, you just press buttons. You're at 1200 range for all of your abilities. It is insane. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. It is absolutely insane with how much damage you can do. And I'm gonna tell you guys, I'm on exotic gear. I don't even have ascended gear on this character. Once I have ascended gear on this character, because I'm looking to work on like legendary armor for light classes,
Some like it hot.
it's gonna be even like crazier. The damage is like already obscene, I think, in my opinion. So but you know what, I gotta, like, you guys know that I don't like playing what everyone else plays, and I don't like playing like the meta things and stuff like that, but at some point, you know, when it comes to that point, I gotta, like, you know, I want to have it a little bit easier too sometimes. I want to make it, I don't always want to have it hard and complicated, especially if it's a game that I play all the time. I don't constantly want to have to make sure that, yes, I indeed do the correct rotation all of the time or whatever. You know, I want to be able to just say like, oh yeah, I'm just going to press some buttons and do like 40,000 K damage. You know, 40,000 K. 40K damage. You know, like, I just, that's kind of why I'm like giving in a little bit on that stuff and being like, yeah, you know what, I'm gonna play this. This might be just a transitional character. You guys do know that I have my one of my main guys that I play, my Mirage, who has been in a couple of videos recently that I made, that I play. That's like my main Mesmer, but he doesn't have the equipment. And like I said, I don't have the legendary. So once I have legendary gear and once I have like that type of stuff ready to give to him, like to, you know, set him up for a new thing, I think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna jump in and make him a virtuoso, and then I have this character that I can probably delete at that point. I don't think I'm gonna keep her. Like I said, I'm just keeping her because it was easy for me to just kind of get her set up and stuff like that. But I don't know if I have like even a slot open on my other guy for, like, I don't think I have like an equipment slot open to put something else in. So I kind of wanted to just, because I just wanted to try it out, and I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna just make a Virtuoso. I'm gonna try it out. So I did that, and yeah, I like it. I mean, it's fun. It does a good damage. You have a lot of there's not much in terms of survivability. You get a lot from doing condition damage. Condition damage heals you is like one of the traits that you pick. And then you have your distortion, late song distortion, which obviously is kind of nice to have. But other than that, that is the one thing that this class, that this specific setup doesn't necessarily have, is survivability, which I guess is, you know, whatever. But yeah, I hope, you know, I truly hope, like, I know with all the negativity that's been coming out and all these things that people have been saying about Guild Wars 2's, like, you know, this latest release and stuff like that, and I know the, you know, the expansion model at large and stuff. I hope that there's some people that are enjoying it. I really do hope for that. I mean, it's not that I didn't enjoy it, you know, that's the thing that I think, because I'm fairly easy to please when it comes to stuff like that, so that doesn't say much about the content itself. You know what I mean? It doesn't really defend the content in that sense. But what it does, the thing is that ArenaNet has set the expectations so much higher because of the releases that we have seen over the years. So the expectation has just been higher than what they have delivered on. You know, they just haven't really delivered on the quality of content that we're used to, and it's unfortunate. And like I said, I think this has a lot to do with transparency. You know, we can sit here and we can discuss all we want. We can sit here and we can have all these different opinions of what went wrong or what they need to do or whatever, right? The matter of fact is that we don't know anything, right? Like, I know that sounds very like doomer, but we just don't know anything. We don't know what internally is happening with ArenaNet. We don't know if what they're doing and what's going on, and like, is it Guild Wars 3 that's digging into? All right, I'm not buying any more keys. How many keys do I have?
Not by a stranger, I hope.
Doesn't say.
Just by wolves, they told me. According to
52. I
Geiser,
should be good.
one was enormous and rotten.
Ugh, creatures on this island.
Provisioner
Attitude.
tokens.
Have to be beasts.
Fine. Want more of those tokens? Oh, all of those. Why does my chair feel like it's lower? That's why, like, I lowered the camera, but hold on, give me 1 second, you guys. Let's see if the camera is. Yeah, this is actually much better. I think my chair, I must have accidentally lowered my chair. Because I feel like that's how I was playing, that's how I was sitting, but now I'm a little high for my screen, so I gotta like look down, but
Come here, Wayfinder. Need to fill our food stores if we stand a chance against the storm.
But I also figured, like, one of the reasons why, not only for my review and stuff like that I want to stream Guild Wars today, but it's kind of sad because I don't know how much I'm going to be streaming Guild Wars 2, you know? It's like I'm going to be streaming Guild Wars 1, we have a lot there to do. The problem is I don't know what to stream with Guild Wars 2, you know? I do want to go back into World Wars World at some point again, but I'm going to be like I said, I'm gonna be kind of focusing on getting my legendary armor for my legendary light armor. So I might stream that at some point. You know, and just kind of hang out with you guys in Guild Wars 2. You know, especially after the announcements next month and stuff. But for the next month, there isn't that much. So I figured, you know, why not do another stream for Guild Wars 2? And then that way we kind of have gotten like a lot of stuff. Like, especially now where there's like Twitch drops and stuff where people are actually watching Guild Wars 2. Because that's a big problem that Guild Wars 2 has, is, right? That like no one really watches Guild Wars 2. You know, they watch videos and stuff like that, but it's not really the streamed game, you know, the one that everyone streams and watches streamers and stuff. It's kind of weird because I still feel like if it's good content and you have like a good host, which there are quite a few really good like Guild Wars 2 hosts, like content creators, I mean, you know, it's like, why not watch? Like, I don't know why people don't watch more of it, you know. I don't know if anyone has ever noticed this, and it's one thing that immediately when this came out, I realized. Okay, so it says animal meat when it's lying on the ground, you pick it up. If you drop it, it says raw meat. I don't know why. I don't know why the dialogue there, why the text changes. Kind of weird. But yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's unfortunate, but that's just how
Good enough it is.
right now how things are. Like, there's not going to be that much Guild Wars 2 content being streamed. The thing is that I still, because of us having just, all we have is speculation, right? We don't know anything that's going on in the background, but because of Guild Wars 3 and stuff like that, I kind of want to still like concentrate on content, because you don't know, specifically because I make lore related content, you know, and you don't know what's going to be important in the future, right? Like, I don't want to have to go back. Like, let's say Guild Wars 3 releases in like 2 years, right? I didn't mean to do let's just think, like, what if Guild Wars 3 releases in like 2 years, and we look back and there's like all these different things that connect to, like, specifically, I feel like they're gonna have a lot of things that connect to the more recent expansions, right? Because that's more fresh on their mind. They're not gonna be thinking of the nuances of like Heart of Thorns and even the core game of Guild Wars 2, because that like most of those developers probably don't even work at ArenaNet anymore, and many things will have been forgotten at that point too, you know, where they won't remember that they put this character in, or they had this piece of dialogue or whatever, right? The thing that's going to be on their mind, on the developers that are working on Guild Wars 3, are going to be these mini expansions, right? Like, that's, you know, that's kind of when they probably started working on this Guild Wars 3. So it's more likely that that is the stuff that they're going to be referencing and talking about, and it's going to be the Guild Wars 2 of today that they're going to be you know, using, referencing, talking about, whatever, you know. Alright, we got another. Oh, we're almost there. I don't know if I have enough of the. Let me look exactly what I need. It was in the tower over here.
The feline companions of the Lowlander. What do they call them?
But yeah, I just kind of wanted to sit down and where am I going? And talk about that stuff. You know,
That's
it's just
quality
I
armor.
know that
Thanks.
many people have already played through it. I know that I was watching Mighty Teapot earlier. Mighty Teapot was Titan Letpaw. Oh my god, that's so cute. Anyway, so this is the new vendor. Oh yeah, I was working on this. I kind of wanted to get this pale branch, even though they still don't hold it perfect, but I do like this weapon. But I need 18,000 of these. So kind of crazy to think about that you need that many. Kind of weird, huh? You can get these for 800. You can kind of look what's in there. Not really something. The Bog Queen stuff, I don't really care to look like the Bog Queen. But I'm sure there's people that really want that. And then unfortunately, in the other one, you can have the claw, right? You get the claw in both of these. See, the problem with these is I don't know why this is called Precious, and then this is a Swamp Horn, because they have almost exactly the same loot. As you guys, like, look at this. Look at what changes in here. The only thing that changes is the super rare. What's the point in buying this? Why would I buy this? Because I can only buy 5 of each? Like, that seems so silly. This is a waste of money. The Precious one. The Precious one is a waste of money. Do not put your money into this. You can unlock this. You can unlock that. You can get these. Like, you can get all of these things way cheaper. Don't waste your freaking money on that. So, but I'm going for this. So, I do want that spear. I think that's a cool looking spear. So we're going to be walking around doing some events in Janthir. I do want to look real quick. So apparently, and I didn't know this yesterday, but apparently there is another. Oh, it's almost happening. The meta is almost happening. I'm gonna go in. Hey, Jacob, how are you? So apparently there is another part to the meta. Okay. Now here's the thing. Second part to the meta apparently only triggers if all 4 or 5 or 3, 4, 5 times, 3 times, right? I think it's only 3 times. It's every 25%, right? It's at 75%, 50 at 25, right? If the bar gets broken, if the boss's bar gets broken, then the second part of the meta is unlocked. So I'm gonna try my best. There's a lot of CC that I have on this character. I'm gonna take the Sign of Humility, which is massive Defiance Break here. And I have this.
Commander,
I don't know if I have
we're marching
anything
on the
else
Titan.
that's
We should head
Defiance.
that
I mean,
way.
this is Defiance, but it's only 150. This is 200. Again, not really worth it because this is 300. This is 600. The story sucks. Yeah, it's not necessarily that it sucks, but it's just not. The problem is, and I kind of talked about this. The problem is that the highlight of this expansion was Godspawn, story-wise, which is unfortunate because I think that Godspawn was the worst release that Janthir Wilds had. But it's unfortunate because that is the pinnacle of the
Commander,
story.
they're marching on the Titan. You should head that way.
And that's unfortunate. You know, that is the meta is kind of weird, right? Like, so I'm gonna try to do the meta. I'm gonna keep trying to do the meta. So if this meta fails, it'll be popping up back again in like 2 hours, which will be 11:15. Is that right? 11:20. So it's 9:20, 11:20. Every 2 hours this pops. Okay. Oh. Say I'm like, I don't know. Oh, that follow just happened an hour ago. Thank you so much for that follow. Someone followed on Twitch. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, so I want to see what this other meta is, right? Like, what is this other part of the meta? I have not seen it yet. I hope that everyone here has their stuff. I don't have a look at this guy. Look at Infusion guy over here. I mean, I like the whole like Ice King Boreas. I mean, I like the idea. I hate that he's a dragon hunter. But yeah, what I was gonna say earlier is, so the thing is that, like, I think a lot of people are sitting here and discussing this release and this new model and like all of these things, right? But I think that the thing is that I think a lot of people are missing a little bit of the point here. The problem is that we have all these different things that we're mad about, but there's really like, they could give us a concrete answer. Like, if ArenaNet said to us, like, okay, hey, we have 75% of our people right now working on Guild Wars 3, so there's only 25% of our workforce working on Guild Wars 2. I think half of us would be way less pissed off. I think half of us would be like, okay, all right, I get it. You know, it's like they're focusing on Guild Wars 3 and blah blah blah, right? But since we don't know that, and since the last thing that ArenaNet has told us is that their focus is Guild Wars 2, I think that's where all this like negativity kind of stems from, right? It's like, you know, you tell us one thing, but that's not even true. You know what I mean? Like, obviously it's not true, but you won't tell us the actual truth. All right, so there is a way station here. So hopefully it's still kind of prime time-ish, close enough to prime time. So I'm hoping that we have some good people in here, some people that know how to CC, because that's gonna be the #1 goal, is gonna be trying to get that CC right. If that CC doesn't work out, we might as well forget about this meta. I mean, I'm gonna finish it anyways, but we're never gonna get that figured out, you know. I have as much CC on me as I can. This is as much as I can. I mean, obviously I could be a warrior I could be a hammer warrior, you guys. Okay, that is like CC central, okay? But there's also the problem of like, you only have so much time to cast all of your stuff, and sometimes you just don't have enough time to cast it. But here in this meta, it gives you plenty of time. Oh my god. I got knocked down. Some enemies just like run through. I kind of love that. It's actually kind of nice. Because I feel like that's kind of the same way that certain players would play. Right? Some players just like run through like groups of enemies. Ooh, we have a it's power dam. Oh, I can level up my thing. Yeah, I got the beehive mastery. Oh my god, you guys, I can't believe it. I finally can use the beehives, my favorite thing. So this gives you like super speed or something. Yeah, this makes you run really fast now. Oh my god, look at how fast I go. Oh my god, did you guys see that? And then it gives you like all these different things now. Ooh, sharpening stone station. Demon slaying station. Oh, and Titan spawn. Damage versus Titan spawn, Cryptus. Or we have this one, which is power. No, you know what? I'm gonna do the demon slaying station. I didn't know that was a thing. Is there condition? There's no conditioned food, unfortunately. Alright, let's go. I don't care about that.
And so the good counselor.
Alright, let's do it, guys. Let's get in there. Let's do this. Ooh, there's different foods. Different foods. Which one do I need? I don't. Is this the condition damage? Condition damage, outgoing healing? I don't want to.
Countess. She knows the score. I am here out of respect for Mabon's memory.
Yeah, no, okay. That's fine. Okay, we'll just do that. That's okay. That's condition damage. That'll be fine. Alright, we have all of the stuff here. Everyone's boosted up. We shouldn't have that many problems. These god killers only need one more for mastery.
Yes, of course. Allow me.
Move on, killed by ArenaNet again. We still don't know shit about Mistgate, but yay, it's closed. Wasn't that like just the worst part? But yeah, it's closed. Riblagavo. Yeah, wasn't that just the worst part? Where they go into the realm of torment and our commander says nothing? And like, it really felt like, didn't it feel like ArenaNet just wanted to wrap up the Scepter of War and the Titan situation and the Mersat situation and the Janthir Isles situation? Like, it really sounds like ArenaNet just wanted to just get rid of that. They just wanted to be done. They just wanted to be done with it. It sounds like they just wanted to wrap up that story and just not have anyone ask about this. And that's what's been happening. That's the MO of these new, smaller expansions. Is that they're looking to wrap up as many story threads as they can. I don't know if it has to do with Guild Wars 3. I don't know if there's some kind of push that they need to finish all of these story threads, that they need to have a clean slate for Guild Wars 3 or something, or if they're just trying to go through and they're just sick and tired of not having these questions answered in the world, and you know, people have been asking about it for so long, so they just wanted to go in and finally talk about many of those things and stuff. I don't know what it is, okay? I don't know what it is, but they're trying to wrap up both with Secrets of the Obscure. It was about the Wizard's Tower. It was about the Wizard's Folly Tower. It was about Turai Asa and the Ascension. It was about Zoja. It was about the Elder Races, specifically the Dwarves, the Mersat, the Seers, all that stuff, right? Like answering all those questions, right? And then with Janthir Wilds, it's about the Titans, more of the Mersat, more of the Seers, more the Scepter of Ore, just the Isles of Janthir, which have been just a mystery for a long time. Oh, we did the first one. Okay, good. We got the first one. Like, I think I oh god. Yeah, there's no survivability on this. Like, if you're not a good player, you're gonna die. That's gonna happen. We gotta have the light. We gotta kill the spirits. The spirits. Oh my god, I ran right into that. I need to also use my my invulnerability a little bit more. I haven't been doing that. But yeah, they're really trying their hardest to. Oh my god. Okay, well he just like landed right on top of me. They're really just trying to wrap up as many stories as they can. That is what's happening right. Okay, that is what's happening right now. Okay. Yes, we did it again. All right. I want to see this other part of the story, to be honest. I really do.
Leave me be!
of this meta event. I want to see the new part of the meta, or this other part of the meta event. So let's do our best here. Oh, come on. Like, I'm trying to deal with, like, these stupid, like, yeah, survivability is, like, it's not good in this. I'm trying to, like, dodge through it, but I don't know if my dodging is probably off. I'm also working with, like, no frames here, so dodging is just a nightmare. Boom. Holy crap, we did that. We did that so well. All right. So I'm gonna go with the southern. I think I'm gonna go with the southern route this time. Yesterday I did the central one with Livia because I want to stick with her, but there wasn't really. It kind of united really quickly after the fact. So I'm gonna do the southern route for achievements and stuff. So we'll do that. But yeah, it definitely these expansions. And again, I don't know what the reason is, but ArenaNet is just trying to trying to wrap up all of these old lore threads. From the story. They're trying to wrap all of these things up, and it's like it's almost like this weird need where they're like, okay, we're gonna do annual expansions, we're gonna stuff as many different things that we can into these expansions, like old stuff that we haven't talked about that people have been asking for. We need to talk about this. We need to talk about, like, you know, the Scepter of Ornn. We need to talk about all of these different things. Oh my god, really? The shockwave after the death? Really, really stupid.
Go, spirits. Suffer this place no longer. Oh, I don't know. My son will envy the tales I tell of this fight.
Okay, let me redo some of these. Let me get some more of this. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the southern route because I think that's where the do I not have this waypoint yet? Or this point of interest. But yeah, it's a shame because I think that ArenaNet could really, they could really put, if they put more effort into it, they could really create a really, really, like, cool story about things like Legavo and the Titans and Mersad and all of the stuff. But they really don't do that. They really don't do that, and it's very sad, very saddening to me. Alright, let's go. Whee! Mistburned Beehive. Let's freaking go. Look at the speed. Look at the speed. Look at the speed. It's so fast. There. Yep. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but hey, we're here. We're here to do the thing. Also, Livia should turn into this. Well, not necessarily. I guess she used the magic to stay young, but it's not that she bound herself to the staff, to the scepter. She's just going to be aging like any other person now, which is just probably, you know, like she said, it's a new beauty routine for her. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I turned out into a chicken. To a moa chicken.
Like pain!
Does this even do anything? 23. It does 23 damage. And I throw some that does 10. It does nothing. Yay, that does a thousands. Thousands. Yeah, this is also very exhilarating. The turtles, siege turtle, they really, what they need to do is they need to look at the siege turtle. Like, the siege turtle is just awful. It's just terrible. It's just so bad. Yeah, I'm gonna ride one of these fuckers. Let's go. Can I not ride one of these fuckers? There we go. This one. Pew pew pew! Shoot it. They definitely need to look at the siege turtle. I think the siege turtle is one of those completely. It's just so bad. It's so badly designed. I was so excited to have siege turtles in the game, and they're just awful. They handle terribly. Like, I don't understand why they're slippery. They shouldn't be slippery. Like, they really, like, I get that they should be slower, which is totally fine. They can be slower than other land, like any other ones. Like, they can be slower than a skimmer, I don't care, you know? But that they're slippery makes 0 sense. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. That they're like, you know, they're like skidding on the ground like, you know, and then that you can't fire the cannons if you don't have another person with you. Like, that's so stupid. That's so dumb. It's to the point where they have to have NPCs for the meta event to show up in their own turtles so that you can fire the cannons being the secondary person. That wouldn't be the point. That wouldn't be like that if you had designed the turtle best. You know what I mean? Like, that's one of those things that I really think. No, I need to get out. How do I get out? You know, I just think that if they had designed it better, we wouldn't need to do something like this. I think that's kind of silly. Southern organ chamber. What is going on? Wow. Okay, I don't know what just happened there. I got like completely oh, okay, there's like they're excreting something. Like there's some kind of excretion coming out. Is that the right word? Woo! Wow, that's actually kind of cool. I actually like that. It's actually a great mechanic. Woohoo! Oh god. Oh my god. That's actually kind of cool. I actually like that. That's a great, I don't know, it's fun. It's fun. Okay, when you get flung about, but it's not like very far and it's not that, it's a little inconvenient, right? Like that's all it really is. It's not that bad. I actually like that. It's a great great mechanic. I like it. What is going on? Do we need to jump off? Explosion! Alright, let's go. I really need to learn to use my F abilities more often because they just... I make so many blades so quickly, it's crazy. Oh my god, not again. My recharge isn't up. What's going on here? Area secured. We gotta secure the area. It's invulnerable while the area is not secure, I guess. Oh my god. I don't know what that was. I don't know what happened here. Oh. I know what happened. I keep dropping right on it when it's blowing players away, which is just really annoying, but go. Woo! Huh. I can't. Oh, what's happening to me? Hello? That was like forever. Loading for 75 years. Oh no. Okay. I hate that there's only like two updrafts in this whole arena. There should be 3. They should add one more. They should move these around a little bit and add one more in. Finder? Yeah, I know. That was kind of cringe, wasn't it? That was kind of cringe. I do agree. Who writes this? 5-year-olds? I just love the reaction by the commander because we're just like, yeah, I'm gonna go. Like, I'm gonna go. This conversation is like not for me, man. I'm gonna go, bro. I'm gonna just head out, you know? Our work here is done. Go spread your efficacy to other. Yeah, can you open a portal or something? Like, do I just run through here? Like, what's going on here? Shadow creatures. Precardial nexus. We're coming to the heart. We're helping with the heart. Guess we're back in the center, you guys. We help. Okay, I don't know why that wouldn't let me. Why is the map closing later? Map should not be closing during a meta event when there was like 100 people on this map. Did not happen. So there's not another part to this meta event? Or maybe we'll have to wait a few minutes until that happens. Critically wounded. 5 Bavanisos hordes. You get a chunk of pulsing bloodstone. Not fit for consumption. I would really love that. I would love that infusion a lot. Wow, I love that I got the same weapon there. It's awesome. I'm gonna get 75 of these just because I'm going for that. Where I need 18,000? It's gonna look crazy there, but. Okay, so maybe there's more to this? So that was the meta? Interesting. No, phase 2 coming out soon. Phase 2 coming out soon. It was whelming. So you can be just whelmed. Well, I need that hidden waypoint. Bugs, I can't do it. No. Is there more coming or no? Also 32 talks to NPC, it's longer than this whole expansion. I just, you know, I think there's something to be said about like not having all the voice acting kind of on an already crappy release. Not having voice acting is really like detrimental, you know, because it's already short. It's already like not that involved. It's kind of weird, right? And then you have not even, it's more than half. It's like 70% of the voice is missing, and it just sucks. It's like, I get it, you know, I get that they wanted to release it and stuff, but back to Drizzlewood. Someone's going to Drizzlewood. I want to see if anything happens after this. Because people were saying if you CC him, I heard people say this. It's probably wrong, but who knows? I wanted to see. Yeah, no, that's it, right? Like, this is it. I can feel it, and there's no telling how it will take to recover. How long it will take to recover. Even if it's temporary, we've proven that it's possible to take this chamber. See, you can't tell me that there wasn't, like, this area right here?
My report to the Countess will be similarly optimistic. She was worried, to say the least.
Like, I feel like that should be part of... Is there an event that pops here? We have the Trodden Forum with the shadow creatures, and nothing happens
you and Mabon had in common, it seems.
Like, that's what's kind of crazy to me. Like, that seems to me that they had something else planned there, because they have this round arena, as you guys can see. It's a round arena, okay, which is always an indicator with a long hallway in front of it. This is always an indicator that there is a boss fight of some sort, right? Is there anything that pops here? Like, I mean, we can see the evidence that there's obviously stuff that they cut even from this short release. Why? Then push it back another 2 weeks in order to get the shit in here. I mean, you're already missing half of the voice lines anyways, so it's not like you needed more time. Like, your time got cut short, in fact, because you don't need to wait on the voice acting. You don't need to have all this voice acting. Livia, Anise, Ludo, none of them have voice acting. Gilded Forum, like all these areas, to me all look like they have this area, this area, this area, this area, and then this area. It looks to me like there were supposed to be 5 lanes at some point, or at least like 5 locations. I just got more interested. How did you get more interested? I just got more interested in the design of a chandelier in that room. Yeah, I don't know. It really feels, you know, it's a release. It's one of the releases of all time, as people would say. You know, it's an underutilized map. There's only like there's no events. Like there's no events anywhere here. I know there's some events here. I know there's some here. There's some here. But like these areas, I don't think there's any like in the gilded form. There really should be something. Here's Anthos again.
There were few plants for me to tend near the gate chamber, even before the Titans sieged the city. The upper strata preferred to limit those who had access to it. Ironic, given the gate's intended purpose. It being open now would be amusing, were it not for the parade of horrors crawling through. Take care. If you choose to approach the portal, you may not like where it leads.
The Realm of Torment. The last time I was there was a lot scarier than this time. I'll tell you that. There's also no buried treasures. Oh, there are buried treasures. The other day, I swear, or yesterday after the stream, I went through and I swear I was looking around for... Does this not go away? It does not go away. Okay. So there is buried treasure in here, which actually kind of doesn't make sense. I did the jumping puzzle. I will say I enjoyed the jumping puzzle for what it is. It's a very straightforward jumping puzzle. It's very easy, nothing crazy about it. I like it. But yeah, there is no events. I like that they wanted to put, like, they put 2 events up here, which repeat non-stop. Okay, so right off the bat, you come in and you think, oh my god, it's a busy map, right? You think you come into a busy map. You don't. You do not. They gave up halfway through putting stuff into the... It looks to me like they were trying to put events into the map, and then they ran out of time. And they were just like, okay, we're just gonna have to leave it half empty. There's no events. Like, look at me. I'm running around the map, and there's no events. There's just random enemies standing around. Which, mind you, is exactly the type of thing that ArenaNet didn't want to do with Guild Wars 2. ArenaNet did not want to have just enemies standing around in an area doing nothing. Okay, they've said this. This was in their manifesto trailer, right? Like, they talked about that's not what they wanted to do with Guild Wars. But now that they're doing this, you know, they're having enemies just stand in a field doing nothing, and you don't even have quests at that point to
Try using your journey
to
pin
do
pull down
anything.
that debris. That might do the trick.
What? Is there an event here? Is there an event here? I heard talking coming from over here. Maybe I spoke too soon. Is there an event here? I don't see anything. What happened to the bear that was here? There's nothing on this map. This map is just so empty, so barren. The music is so fitting right now too, because there's nothing going on this map. It's a shame because I love this map. I love this map. I think it's a great, the concept of it is fantastic. The idea behind it is so cool, but holy crap, is it underwhelming at best. Guys, but yeah, I don't know. That was underwhelming. I thought there really, like, it feels like there needs to be more to this meta. Like, we go in, we do the 3 things, and it's over. Like, it's so weird. And like I said, they're not even utilizing probably 60% of the map. Like, the map is just not being used. It's a shame. See, I don't even need to, like, I don't even need to collect any more. Like, I don't even need to get this mastery point. I think there's another one I'm missing somewhere right here. I don't need to get it. I have more than enough points, and they're never gonna add any more to this. This is the end of Janthir Wilds. Again, I hate that we have 3 blue ones. They really need to look at that. Okay. The next one better be like, not even purple. What are we missing? Like, maybe like a dark green, maybe a black. What would be a cool color that we don't have yet? I don't know. It needs to be a different color though. The dark blue, like, these two were really close to each other. Dark blue at least kind of stands out between these two, but we have 3 blue ones. We have 3 that are kind of in the reddish, right? And then we have 1 green. So it'd be nice to have like another green.
Someone get me a report on the Murtaugh Tower situation.
Yeah, I don't even know what I'm doing. Like, I want to do events and stuff, but there's like, it's the same 2 events out here. Again, they're not, there could be more events here. There could be, but there aren't any. I did want to go back and I want to read these, I want to read the letters that I read yesterday. And I kind of misinterpreted those as like being at a different time. I wish these letters were dated. Alona this time of year is a bit hot for my liking. For the sweat of nightfall, your orders are clear, but the truth remain. Is the threat from Abaddon not equally dire? So this is talking about nightfall. Okay, upwork is our responsibility. Misdemeanors of the 6. Yeah, so this is talking about nightfall. So, those I misinterpreted that. I thought it talked about how like Abaddon is in a prison and stuff, but no, we didn't even get that confirmation. We did get news of a new place. So they did talk about a new location that's come up like a couple of times actually.
Let's see.
In the story. As soon as I can get through there and can go. But they talked about like Apavim, whatever that place is. We can't get through there. Is that right? Can we not get through? I guess that's an event.
That balm is made from special shrubs and berries back home. It's a secret lowland remedy. Cured several scraped knees when I was a cub. Added tight circular motions. There you go.
Oh, I
Not
can dig
too
this
rough.
up. I just noticed that my uncovered thing came out earlier, and I was like, wait, is there something to uncover? Oh my god. I'm attacking so fast. You can't stop me. All the blades. Shoot them. Shoo. I don't have any more speed.
That balm is made from special shrubs and berries back home. It's a secret lowland remedy. Cured several scraped knees when I was a cub. That it did. Applying it to some key spots should do
It's not even doing the
tight
animation
circular
right.
motions.
Kind of sad.
There you go. Not too rough.
Oh god. Oh god. Really? You're gonna deal with these jackasses? So many of them. Hey you guys. Come on. You know you want to fight me.
That balm is made from special
We know
shrubs
the
and
bomb is
berries
made from
back home.
secret
It's a
shrubs
secret
and
lowland
whatever
remedy.
it's thing. We
Cured
get
several
it.
scraped knees when I was a cub. That it did. Applying it to some key spots should do the job. Tight circular motions. There you go. Not too rough.
Uh-oh. Don't attack me. Screw you. What? Where did he go? Oh my god. Like, disappeared from my side. That's a huge... Freaking massive. Get out of here, Titan dude.
That balm is made from special shrubs and berries back home. It's a secret lowland remedy. Cured several scraped knees when I was a cub.
Alright.
That it did. Applying it to some key spots should do. That's the way. Let the soothing balm do its work.
Go over here. And apply it. Oh, what? I didn't. God, so annoying. Oh my god, and there's another one. These events are going to be really tough to like solo once no one's in here anymore. In a week from now, this map's probably going to be completely dead. No one's going to be doing this content anymore. And it's going to be extremely hard to do any of it because most of these enemies are veterans
That balm
and
is made from special shrubs and
elites
berries
and stuff.
back
And
home.
the balance
It's a
is kind of
secret
horrible. It's
lowland
really
remedy.
not that great.
Cured
So
several scraped knees when I was a cub, that it did. Applying it to some key spot, tight circular motions. There you go. Not too rough.
it's kind of it's you know, they're like the one event over here, for example, with the portals and stuff like that. There's just like an army of enemies. Even if there's just like 2 of you, an army of enemies comes out. Like, it is insane. And I feel like for people that maybe don't know the game too well or just only play PvE or whatever,
That
you know,
did it.
I just think
Now I
that
can
might
get
be
through. We've come here to kill this monster, but
that
ended
might
up giving
be
it medicine. Funny to think
too
about.
tough. Maybe. I don't
Anyway,
know.
thank you for your help.
Yeah. Whatever. So we can't actually get into the heart chamber unless you do the meta event. Okay. So hi Emily, how are you? It's good to see you. Good to see you. Ooh, hello. Oh, defeating enemies? I can do that. Let's go. Everyone, get here. All the purple and the pink and all the things. I'm doing okay. How's the update? I've only done the fractal. It's okay. I don't know. I don't know. I'm kind of disappointed. The new map looks amazing, but it's very this whole release is very lukewarm, okay? I'm gonna be honest. It's very lukewarm. And there's like no people on the map anyways. Like no one is playing this right now. Like already a day after release. I don't think I've ever seen a map this empty this quickly. Ooh, I'm itching. My leg is itching. Sorry. Dang it. God, there's so many. So many enemies. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, eventually soloing this, like when people aren't playing this content anymore, this is going to be impossible for people. People that are looking to come in here and do this stuff and like get the achievements and stuff like that later on, like it's going to be impossible for them. Because like having elites and veterans as like by myself coming in here and that's the enemies that you're sending in, no way. There's a lot of things wrong with this release in my opinion. It's unfortunate, and the map is a big major factor of this, you know. All right, I'm gonna try to focus my efforts on but look at this. I'm just trying to go in doing one event by myself, but there's just an army of people. Like, I cannot win against this. This is unfortunate, but that's just how it is. Yeah, this is not gonna work. It's been rough. I mean, the story was very the story was not only short, but it was only very to the point and very much like dismissed a lot of things that could actually be that actually needed to be important, you know, like going into the realm of torment and stuff is just like a so nonchalant thing that they completely like just dismiss. I mean, it's so bad on so many levels, and it's unfortunate because I want to like it. I really do. I mean, I didn't make all those videos because I don't care, but you know, it's unfortunate. It is very unfortunate. These jade statues are way too strong too. Yeah, it's sad. It's not a good ending for Janthir Wilds. It's definitely leaving a sour note on a lot of people. I've seen a
Quickly, close the
lot
rift.
of people in these last 24 hours write about what they don't like. I mean, both on the official forums as well as Reddit, as well as Twitter/X or whatever. Yeah, a lot of people are upset. A lot of people are very worried for the future of Guild Wars. They don't think that this release model will work. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like,
We did the right thing.
if we look at the fractal, for example, right? Like, if we look at the fractal is reused enemies, completely reused enemies. There's not a single new enemy in there. The map is literally not even reused assets, but is a copy and paste part of the map. It's part of Bjorn Marches. It's the bottom left corner of Bjorn Marches. Okay. You know, so I mean, if that's the fractal that we're gonna get once a year, we should be getting probably about 3 of those a year. I'm gonna be honest. If that is the length and quality that we're doing for fractals now, not new assets, not like mysterious locations, no, but blatant copy and paste from maps that already exist in the world of Guild Wars. You take a chunk of that, which is fine. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing to do. I mean, it's again reused assets and stuff like that. But if you're doing that, you're just sprinkling some reused enemies in there. You're sprinkling in a reused boss that's already been used. Then we should be getting about, in my opinion, we should be getting 3 of those a year. That's my opinion. If that is how they're doing the fractals, we should be getting 3 of those a year. Because that's not a lot of work. Like, I could probably, I'm not a game designer, but I could probably figure that out within a month, how to make
This
a
one
fractal
always
like that.
was the instigator from the sound of it.
You know?
Vicious son of the damn too.
It's very low effort. It's nothing like I thought, you know, because they were talking about, oh, it's gonna be like the old fractals and the old fractals, you know, they were like, yeah, it's gonna be like them. It's like, okay, first of all, it's way shorter than the old fractals. The old fractals, many of them were longer. Many of them actually had mechanics that you had to like. Yes, there is a mechanic in the new one and stuff like that, but it's not the same. It's not the same. There's one mechanic that you follow. The rest is just fighting armies, fighting the armies of the damned kind of thing. And you go through and you do that. Like, that's it. And you defeat the boss, and that's the end of it, right? It's really it wasn't exciting. It was very it's concerning. I mean, it's concerning because we don't know what the future of Guild Wars 2 is, right? Like, ArenaNet, if ArenaNet hears this, or if anyone, you know, I don't know, with connection hears this, like, my one suggestion is they really either need to convince whoever's in charge, or they need to convince whoever's telling them not to do it. If it's NCSoft, if it's you know, the higher ups, like whoever it is that's telling them not to reveal Guild Wars 3 and not talk, like, not even, like, you don't need to show us anything. You don't need to give us a trailer. You don't need to do any of that stuff. But, like, you need to kind of tell us, like, hey, there's other stuff going on in the background. Because the last thing that we heard from ArenaNet, and I keep reiterating this, the last thing that we heard from ArenaNet, even though we know better, but I'm talking about official announcements by ArenaNet. The last thing that ArenaNet has talked about is that their focus is solely on Guild Wars 2. Wow. I was going to say 3 and 2 at the same time, and it came out as this through. It's... The last the last communication about development of Guild Wars 2 that we got from the developers is that their sole focus is Guild Wars 2. Okay? That is the last time they talked about it, this is what they said. And that is blatantly not true, because if that is the case, then they need to figure out what's wrong with everything. Like with everything that's happening. Because they're not doing a great job. They're not releasing the stuff the way that they should be. They're not releasing it the way that it needs to be for the longevity of the game. I'm gonna tell you right now, and I'm not saying that to be a doomer, but I'm saying it right now, and I've reiterated it. This year and next year, there's gonna be a lot of really good games coming out specifically for casual players, because we're getting a new gaming console for casual players, with which Guild Wars 2 players are casual players. Nintendo Switch is coming out, and it's going to be taking a lot of people away from Guild Wars 2, because those same casual players, they might say, yeah, you know what, I'm going to enjoy Mario Kart World and Donkey Kong Bonanza and whatever other stuff that's coming out with the Nintendo Switch 2. I mean, Nintendo Switch 2 is coming out, like, what, is already out? Like, people already have, some people already have it. It's coming out, like, midnight tonight. And we're at the final release. We have, for the next 5 months, we have no new content for Guild Wars 2, and a new console is literally releasing 2 days after the final release, for the next 5 months, which is lackluster, like we talked about, right? So ArenaNet needs to be careful, because they might literally alienate people enough for them to getting rid of the same people as those people who've done season 4 and Krakatoa against Thunder. Like, I literally had to listen to, like, and I was watching Mighty Teapot today for a little bit. I just kind of wanted to see what he had to say about the stuff or whatever, you know, and he was doing a discussion. He was live for, like, I don't know if he's still live. When I watched him, he was live for like 9 hours, over 9 hours. I'm like, holy shit, dude. But he had like 2,000 people watching. So, you know, I get it. If I had 2,000 people watching, I would be live for 9 hours as well. But anyways, and he said he actually made like a tier list of stuff like on like the expansions and stuff like that. He kind of talked about that. And I disagreed on some of the points that he had, which is fine. I'm not saying that he was wrong or whatever, you know, it's just personal preference, I'm sure. But one thing I kind of like, he actually didn't, he kind of talked smack on like season 4. He said that season 4 wasn't that great. He thought, like, I think, because he had the tier list. It was like S, A, B, C, D, and then like No Hope or whatever was like the tier list, you know, the tiers or whatever. And then he had the different expansions, and he had Heart of Thorns as S tier, Guild Wars 2, the core game, and End of Dragons as A tier, and then he had not End of Dragons. He had Path of Fire in B tier, as well as, I want to say, Janthir Wilds, and then he had like C tier or something like that. Something like that. It was like Secrets of the Obscure. So, and then he said, "Oh well, we're going by like the era," meaning that Heart of Thorns includes season 3 and Path of Fire includes season 4. I still think that season 4 was some of the best content they pumped out, right? Like, I feel like that's when we got, like, we were still getting, you know, like, was that when we were still getting, like, legendaries and stuff like that? I mean, it's like, the content itself was, like, really good. The maps were, like, really good. Like, season 4 maps are really, really good maps, I think. And they still have, like, many of them have, like, pretty decent metas and stuff like that. So I kind of disagreed with him on that, because I really think that, it's, like, Heart of Thorns, I think, is still the best, but I wouldn't rank End of Dragons above Path of Fire. I would put them either on equal terms or End of Dragons less, because I think End of Dragons missed a lot of the points in a lot of ways, and then the post-content releases for End of Dragons were You know, Gyaladelph was just, you know, it's a dead map. I mean, need I say more? It's a dead map. No one runs it anymore at all. And it's one of the, like, people run Tarir every hour of every day, right? Like, anytime that meta is up, people are running it, right? Like, in droves, people go there to do them, right? Same with many other metas, right? Like, you can go even to, like, Secrets of the Obscure and stuff like that, and people are running those metas still. But, like, the one meta that people aren't running is Gyaladelph. No one runs it. No one runs it at all. It had way too many weird, awkward, like, mechanics in it. It had, like, it's, you know, it's one of those, like, drags on forever. Yeah, I don't know. The tunnel map. I can't even definitely not a great. Speaking of which, want to plan a Mario Kart night. I mean, planning is kind of a weird way to put that for me, because I don't. My schedule. The thing is, my schedule is very different than other people's, so I kind of need other people to make the plan. Because for me, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday works, but I know that that's like a work night for every other person on the planet. So I kind of try to go by what other people need for, not like, you know, if it's like Sunday night or what, I could probably do Sunday night and stuff like that. So I don't know. Like, are we talking like the new Mario Kart? Are we talking about Mario Kart World? I would love to play that with other people. But yeah, the tunnel map, I mean, the tunnel map was so bad, right? Like, and I feel like a lot of people, like, when I heard Mighty Teapot talk about it, I didn't really hear him discuss the tunnel, right? Like, I don't even have it unlocked. Where was it? Oh, I do have it unlocked. It's right here. That's on the side here. I didn't hear him talk about Gyaladelph, like, at all, really, you know, but it's a dead map. Like, I can go in there. I'm sure there's no one running it right now. You know, obviously there's a new content patch that dropped yesterday and people are doing the current content, but even if I come here during there is someone is running it. Oh, someone is running it. Wow, there's people actually doing it. Wow. I can't believe it. People are actually running this. Wow. Colored me surprised. I want to see how big the group of people is. But even this map, I didn't take the breathing thing. See, like, the whole, like, breathing thing was, like, so annoying to deal with. How many people are running this right now? I want to see. Okay, that's not a lot of people. That is indeed not a lot of people.
Didn't see that.
Away from that orb.
But yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, it's unfortunate that the release, yesterday's release, just is the way it is. I just, you know, like I said, my plea to ArenaNet is mostly just, you know, if you're working on something else in the background, you need to tell us about it. You need to tell us about it, because otherwise people are not going to be understanding, right? People can only be understanding if they know what's going on. People can help you and can be understanding and can't, like, we have a good community. Everyone knows this, right? Like, we know that we have a great community. We know that the Guildverse community is a very friendly, very accepting community in a lot of different ways, right? So then lean on that community. Then say, like, hey, you know, you're so proud of this community. You flail them around. You say you have the best community in the game, but then you don't trust them. You don't trust them at all. There's no trust at all that's coming from ArenaNet. It's like, well, you know, if we're so great, why don't you trust us? Do you not think we're trustworthy? Because then we're not that great of a community. You know what I mean? Oh my god. So much happening, and the breeding thing. I'm like stage 5 of I have stage 5 cancer, lung cancer, being in here right now. Apparently that's what's happening. Can I please? These buttons work. I can't even read this. Causes damage, applies conditions. Great. I'm gonna be dying. You know, I think if this release came out, again, like I said earlier, if this release came out and people knew that only about 25% of their actual developers are working on this content, I think people wouldn't be that pissed off about it. I don't think people would be that pissed off about it. Do you guys think people would be pissed off? Like, how would you guys feel? How would you guys feel if ArenaNet came out and said, hey, we only have 25% of our people working on this content, so please don't be too harsh on judging it. You know, we're trying our best. We only have 25% of people working on this. The other people are busy with a different project that we maybe can't talk about it, but this is how it is right now, right? How more, like, how better received would this release have been? How much more understanding would we all be? I love Gala, the design, music, meta, except turtle part, rewards. Yeah, I do like Yella as well. I've really enjoyed it. I mean, I streamed the crap out of this. I don't know if you guys remember that, but I was here like a lot. I did so much speculation. I talked about the colors of the jade, like the different colors that we see of the jade, even on this map. I talked about the like tentacles. I talked about all of this different stuff. Oh my god, is this a specific like guild that's organizing this, or is it just random people?
You're explosive! Avoid us!
Oh, me? I guess it was me. And then I ended up going as it. But yeah, I think that, I don't know. I personally think that I would be more understanding if they really said, like, you know, these releases. But that's the thing, you know, and I talked about this during the interview. ArenaNet never admits to anything. Like, that was one of the things that I was like, this is a blatant lie by ArenaNet. Okay, and I don't like to call out people like that if it's not true, right? I only call out people when I'm like 100% certain, like, this is what's going on, because people that know me in real life, I tell you what, like, I'm always like devil's advocate, because there's times where I'm like, well, you know, we don't know this 100%. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and call someone out or say something if I don't really know what's happening, you know? But this is a blatant lie in the interview. I think it was Colin that said in the interview, like, oh yeah, you know, we accept that what we have done a failure or whatever, right? It's like, you might do that internally, but you have never, ever done this publicly about any of your releases. To this day, your silence means that you think Yaladev was a great release. The initial part of it wasn't bad. It was good. It had a good meta. It was like flow happening, stuff's happening on the map. It's a beautiful map. But then the tunnel release came out. The champions release. Right? Like, all of these things, like the newest, the Nios releases, right? Like, according to ArenaNet, these are good releases because they have never said, they've never come forward and said, hey, you know what, we know that maybe this release wasn't, you know, what they always talked about, like, lessons they have learned, right? And it's always like, but what lessons have you learned? Because you never really talk about them.
Listen up. We've got a mess on our hands.
But do I need keys for
damn
this?
fault,
No.
but we've got a chance to turn things around. I can't do it alone. The Brotherhood's what it is because of you. And your talents and... Oh, hell with it. These monsters stole our people. And nobody steals from the Jade Brotherhood. The Jade Brotherhood does the stealing. Plan simple.
So
We lure that freak to the surface.
I'm trying, like, listening to Chalmu over here talk, and this.
You'll round up all
Can I
the
not
ley
connect
lines
this? I guess I can.
reactor if you want to carry that. Our batteries. I've got another team following us through. They'll seal those exits back up. Keep it from getting back to the ley line.
But yeah, I don't know. It's sad. I mean, I want to love these releases so much. I really do. You know, Scepter of Ore, Titans, going to Janthir. I want to love all of that, but I just can't get myself to love it, and I'm so sad about that. You know, because it's like I hype myself up and I make videos and I theorize all this stuff, and it's just like, you know, it doesn't really happen. I don't know. It's just. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. I think that for the longevity of the entire franchise, Guild Wars 3 better be coming soon. And they better have something really concrete with it. They better have some really legit stuff coming out. They better have cooked for enough years and salvaged enough from their canceled projects that they can add into it. And really just... The thing is, the problem is moving away... Resources, again, would be nice if we knew this, right? ArenaNet has never admitted to any of that stuff. They said their sole focus is Guild Wars 2, which is clearly, again, a blatant lie. You know, but the thing is that, like, I hope that when Guild Wars 3 comes out, that it was worth not having the support for Guild Wars 2 for that long, right? Like, imagine Guild Wars 3 comes out and it's mediocre at best. Imagine it comes out and it's mediocre at best. Is no one going? I guess they're not going. Oh, that's fine. Imagine that, right? Imagine the Guild Wars 3 comes out, it's mediocre, and you know what? I know exactly what most of the people in the community are gonna say, and they're rightly so. I'm not saying that they're wrong, but they're gonna say, wait, you didn't tell us about this being in development for a long time because you probably like didn't have anything concrete yet or whatever. You wanted to cook a little bit longer, but then you release this mediocre game, and on top of that you had taken resources. In the meantime, you had taken resources away from Guild Wars 2 with things that could have been good releases. But because the team was too small and they couldn't get stuff done, we had these terrible small mini expansions. So, you know, because that's double that, right? Because then you're like, okay, so now you wasted all this development time and money on this new game that now is a total flop or isn't good or people aren't liking it or whatever, and we have all these shitty releases on top of that, right? Like, that's bad. To me, that's bad. So this does take keys, right? Yeah, that does. I guess I like going against the flow because everyone's going the other way. I mean, Yellow Delve is a beautiful map. I hate that my frame rate is like nothing. I found the new map was rushed and unfinished, loading screen portals to rooms that were never completed while map breaking. I mean, like, I found like plenty of corners of areas where I'm like, ooh, I can see the end of the world through that corner. I can see the end of the world through that corner. There's barely any events. They have like, I looked earlier, I mean, I pointed out earlier, I was in the new map, and they have an area, it's the Trodden Forum, that has these shadow creatures from the mists in there, but there's no event, there's no explanation as to why they're there, and it clearly looks like a boss arena. Like, there's 2 extra areas, right? We have like 3 lanes, but they actually have 5 lanes that are in game. in the map, there's 5 lanes. So obviously there was once again more planned for the meta event, and they ended up cutting it. Why do they keep doing that? Does anyone understand? Does anyone know why that? Like, does anyone in the industry that works in the industry or maybe has insight to that? Why do they keep doing exactly that? Like, they have these things that they put in the maps or whatever, you know, that are clearly like communicated to the map artists, like, hey, we need 5 lanes for this, and then they end up only doing 3 lanes of it, right? They did that with Heart of Thorns. I'm pretty sure they did that with a bunch of other maps, and it just makes you question, like, why even have 5 lanes if you're going to use 3 of them? Then change the map. Like, you know, are these maps done like, I'm guessing probably the issue is that those maps are done months in advance. That's probably what it is, you know? Those maps are probably done months in advance, and then when the team actually gets to adding events on there, they don't have enough time to design it all. And then they're like, okay, we're only going to do 3 lanes because we can't support 5 lanes. We can't do it. It's really crazy to me. I'm like, you know, no explanation. What is this? Are we going underwater? Oh, I guess we are. I'm faster than all of you. Alright, I guess I'm not. But yeah, I mean, it's, hey, Mish King, how are ya? Ooh, Mushroom King. Haven't fought one of these guys in a long time. I cannot believe this map is actually being run right now. It's so nice to come back to this map, because that to me like, that's the thing. Like, I know for a lot of people after season 4 it was over, right? After season 4, a lot of people kind of wrote the game off. They were like, this content isn't as good anymore, right? Then Icewood Saga happened and all this stuff. But for me, I gotta be honest with you guys, like, I really, like, when End of Dragons came out, I'm like, man, we're so back. I'm like, we're so back. Like, yes, mind you, End of Dragons had its flaws. There's plenty of them. I've talked about plenty of those. But overall, I really think that End of Dragons was like, okay, I like this. Like, the elite specializations, I thought many of them were well thought out. I was like, they, you know, it's the 3rd round of doing these. I'm like, they finally got this down now. They understand now what it takes to make these elite specializations. They felt very well thought out and stuff like that. You know, so when Gala Delph came out, I'm like, all right, guys, we're going into new Living World season. You know, we're doing like post content, like Living World season 6 or whatever, right? We're getting back into that or whatever. Yeah, and then it's just like ended, and then it's just, it was over. Ooh, I haven't unlocked. I don't think do I have them all unlocked? I don't have them all unlocked. There's no way I do. No, I don't. What do I not have unlocked? I have the shield. I don't have the scepter. I got the scepter. Finishing a new story, flabbergasted how fast I completed it. I mean, I'm not. I mean, it's, wow. Okay, I got a knockdown and still. Oh, there was a waypoint. I ran all the way over here. I didn't realize there was a fucking waypoint. Yeah. I'm not surprised. Only did it for the 300 acclaim. Well, that's, I mean, Fair enough. Maybe they're doing it for Swan Legendary Skin. Oh, they could be. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I still want to get that armor set. I keep forgetting what I need to do for it. So, what am I doing here? Use siege shows to collect leyline energy delivered to the demolition team. Oh, okay. I didn't even realize this. I hate the turtle. It just, God. I get that it's slow, but that it's slippery, that it's like drifty like that is the worst. It is the worst thing on the planet. It handles awful. Still no proper storyline quest for the lead spec extended weapon journey like I thought we were gonna get in Pacifier because the legendary weapons having story in, yeah. We're never gonna get that. I don't think we're ever gonna get that. Gave up, quit it seems on that. Same with masteries having any meaning. I mean, masteries, come on, masteries are just so, they should just get rid of them completely. Like, don't add any more to them. Do not add masteries in there anymore, ArenaNet, unless you're doing something really, really good. Just don't. Just don't. It's unfortunate, but there's no need.
Remember, anything fool enough to get in our way answers to us. Sound good? Let's move out.
What was the point here again? It was collecting the energies, right? How many can I carry at one? Oh my god. How many energies can I carry? Is it capped at 10? It is capped at 10. Alright.
Remember the plan. Turtles, round up that ley line energy. More power for our batteries means less time down here.
You asked for it.
Oh my god, you need to stand there? It doesn't do it all at once? Oh my god, terribly designed. What the hell is that? You really want me to sit here? Okay. Alright, got it.
Can you hear me all right? We're making steady progress, but it's a
I
real
love this
mess out here.
cave. This cave is beautiful, mind you. Okay?
We used to know them.
I know, kid. Hold tight. You'll be through this before you know it.
Do we break these? Yep. I haven't done this in so long. This is like the worst. This is like some kind of weird, the way that this plays right now is like some kind of free-to-play game that you'd find on Steam that's made by like one random guy, like in his bedroom or whatever on his days off, you know. He's just kind of like, yeah, I made a game, here you go. You ride in a slow-ass turtle and you gotta collect things. Oh, turn around, turn around, turn around. Go back up. Yeah. Did it. Oh, there we go. Oh. Stuck. Yeah. I'm gonna take the energy that I have, the 2 that I have. Yeah. The 3 that I have. Ow, only behind me.
Who's boss?
Oh man. Is this not enough? How is this not enough? It's like, is this not full? They should put, like, they should start putting percentages on there. Oh, okay. If you fall in the, oh, is it really? I didn't know. It really, is it? No way, really? It's not, well, this hole at least. I don't know, is there another hole where you die instant? I can't get up. Is the hole where I die? Do you die in this hole? Hold on, let's go down. No, it's not instant death. I was like, is it really that? That would be terrible design. That would be awful. Especially with the way that the stupid turtle fucking handles. Oh my god. I always think back of like my reaction when I was live streaming. I was live streaming the End of Dragons live stream, like that the reveal that they did where they were like, okay, we're gonna talk about End of Dragons, right? They did. Is this bugged? Is what is happening? This must be bugged. I can't believe that it's terribly designed on top of being bugged. Are you kidding? At least one of the two needs to work. Wow. That got void magic in it? Okay, well that makes sense then. So it gets harder. So we're going to we're not getting there though. We're not getting to the next stage.
No, not now. Not now.
Oh, maybe. Really? Now it's working? That's weird.
Don't forget, those batteries won't do you any
Like,
good.
this cave is beautiful. It's just awful. This is terrible. This sucks. This sucks. I mean, you know why I'm enjoying this right now? It's because it's something different. That is the one thing that this has going for it. It's something different. Okay? I will say that. I'm going this way. Out of my way, Oni. I'm going this way. It's a beautiful design map. I love the idea of the different jade colors, depending on how much magic is in it or what kind of magic is in it.
She's screwing with me. Don't believe a word she says, y'all. Promise me. You have to promise.
Okay, I promise. Who are you?
Stop! Stop! Screw that thing! Get it out of here!
Screw that thing. Oh god, I can't stop. Scared. But yeah, I hope that you know, my fingers crossed. I mean, I can only hope for the best. Obviously, is the best gonna happen? Who freaking knows? You know, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, are we gonna get a good expansion? Next expansion, is this the hole with the void? That's the hole with the void. That's where you instant die. That's the instant die hole. Instant death hole. Death hole. That's a weird name. It's like, hey, can I jump in your death hole? I just need an immediate death. You just need to collect it on the turtle, but then you can deliver it on your faster mount. I did not know that. Okay, so you need to collect the energy on your turtle, but then you can just bring it back on a different mount. That's actually really good to know. collect a bunch of energy. Oh, the charges are ready.
Guilt is a shadowed noose from which the conscious mind hangs. Forever tethered.
See, that's the thing. The introduction to the cryptos was really, really good. It was another reason why Secrets of the Obscure kind of fell flat with how they handled Nios, because up until Nios, the cryptos were actually really, really cool. If you look at everything cryptos before we go to Nios, it's actually really freaking compelling and really, really awesome and really, really good. And we're gonna dismount here and we're gonna go on a.
What are you doing? You can't carry that.
Yeah, choo choo, we're coming through. I can deliver these on my other mounts. Ow, ow, ow. Excuse me? I don't even need to be mounted for this. Ooh, soft tacos, delicious. Yeah, I'm gonna be making some chicken after my stream. I have some delicious chicken. Hello? Why did that not bring? Tomato, no sour cream. Healthier. I suppose it's healthier, but I need sour cream with my tacos. I need it. Sour cream is life when it comes to tacos.
I'm back. Nothing to see here. Just had to take care of some. What the hell did it do? Did it get bigger and uglier? In my experience, the guys who gotta act
Like, look
big
at this.
and
This is
tough
so
are
cool.
always
Like,
the
wouldn't
most
have this been?
scared.
Wouldn't
Let's see
Wouldn't
if
this
is
have
one
been
of
a
them.
really
The
cool
plan's
way
still on.
for us to be like dealing with
Turtle, you work on
the
charging up the
cryptos or
batteries.
whatever?
The rest of you, grab those rifles. Remember, we got that new shipment.
What are we doing?
Over at the rail yard. To the rail yard to be charged up. Got a little surprise for our guest here.
Oh, I gotta deliver energy. I was in the middle of doing that, and apparently I just quit. I haven't done this meta since it first came out. Literally, I think I did this meta 3 times when it came out, and that's it. Let me up there. Oh my god. Alright, am I not delivering this? Am I not delivering this correctly? Oh, does this need to be blue? Does it need to be a blue circle for me to deliver? Oh, really? Get out of here. Why is this? Oh, this guy. Get out of here. That's what she said. I don't even know what I said. I'm sure it was funny. There we go. Deliver that energy.
For the brother.
Oh, I was gonna say, I'm like, why? How are we shooting
Rifles
this?
charging. I wouldn't normally overcharge them, but we need all the power we can get.
Am I doing this right? I don't even know what I'm doing. Yeah, there was yesterday. Wasn't there yesterday, like, NPCs were cutting themselves off? Too, like, during the story. I was like, great, cool. Even in the story, nothing works. So, now that we know, so here's the thing. Now that we know, you know, Janthir Wilds or whatever.
That's what you get when you mess with the Brotherhood.
Do we just go attack the heart? Wait, where's this thing?
What are you doing? You can't carry that yourself. You need the turtle's jade reactor.
CC, everyone, you gotta CC it. There we go. Now that we know how Janthir Wild turned out, what are your guys' hopes for the next expansion? Right? Like, obviously, like, let's be real. Obviously, we're not gonna get the story that we're looking for. We're not gonna get so to kind of tell you guys like what I'm looking for, right? Like what is it that I'm trying to get to? You know, to me, honestly,
Give those batteries a good charge.
honestly, what I want from the next expansion is I want them to completely leave anything that was
That should give us an end. Do some
Guild
major
Wars
damage
1,
and snipe
old
some of that
story
haze
threads,
crap
any
while
of
you're
that
out there.
completely
Our
alone.
turtles can
Okay,
use that to supply
I want them to maybe they can touch on something like, I don't know, if we go like, let's say, you know, a lot of people are saying, oh, we're going to Dazalana or whatever, right? Like that's where the expansion is, the next expansion is going to be, whatever, blah blah blah. Like if we're going to Dazalana, I want it to be like something about, you know, it's like a harpies are getting more organized and they're coming to attack, and I want the story to be about that, you know, and I don't want them to like maybe use some of the characters from Path of Fire, right? You can bring those back and stuff like that, but don't bring any story threads from Guild Wars 1 into that. You can maybe hint at some stuff, but like if you're gonna deliver this kind of content, then I would rather them leave out some of the more interesting things, right? Because I think that like the Isles of Janthir, the Scepter of War, the Titans, the Mersad, like all of these things were like underutilized because those are really great, like really cool, mysterious things in the Guild Wars world that we wanted like these awesome stories about, and these really like, you know, we wanted like the way that Legavo was just like thrown into the mist with Mabon, with the spirit of Mabon. Like that's not satisfying. That's upsetting more than anything. You know what I mean? That's not good. That's not what people want. You know? My hope died. Oh my god, that's so sad. That is so
That's
sad.
what you get when you mess with the Brotherhood.
That's so sad. I mean, I'm not saying that it, you know, that you're exaggerating, but it's just so, doesn't that sound sad, you guys? Only thing I can hope we won't get Secrets of the Obscure 2.0. No fucking clue anymore. I honestly feel defeated, deflated. I'm usually optimistic, but having 3 of these expansions have lackluster overarching story and endings. But we only had 2. What do you mean 3? We only had 2. We only had Secrets of the Obscure and Janthir Wilds. Alright, we gotta attack the hearts again.
You're kidding.
CC everything. Like this boss fight is fairly well designed. You know, I mean, it's not a badly designed boss at all. Like I enjoyed this. You know, there's mechanics to it. You have to like utilize the boss itself. You know, the whole tunnel situation. I don't know about that, but this boss is actually not bad. I actually like the idea of like having to split up to 3 groups, and then you have to split up 2 groups, right? It's like split between 2 and 3 groups constantly, going back and forth, back and forth. I like that. Gotta be honest with you guys. Care less about the story and more about new elite specializations, new class, or new race. Which, let's be real, all of those things are probably not gonna happen. If this is the type of content that we can expect for these mini expansions, we won't get any of those. The new weapons, yes, we will probably get new weapons, but it's probably going to be the same as it was with Janthir Wilds, where it's going to be 1 weapon for everyone. That is what I'm thinking. The only good thing that map had was a good jumping puzzle. I did love that jumping puzzle. I think it was one of the in terms of difficulty and like, you know, like difficulty, like navigating it and like, you know, surviving it and stuff like that. It was probably in the medium range. In terms of like fun that I had with it, it wasn't bad. You know, it was definitely good. You know, I've had worse. Again, I think it's a mid-tier jumping puzzle. If I had to like. You know, if I had to put it like on a tier, you know, dude, I kind of want to make a tier list for all the jumping puzzles in the game. I want to go through, do all the jumping puzzles, and then make a tier list for them. I count Yellow Delves weird shit, but yeah, too. Oh, you count? Well, that wasn't part of. That was part of like. End of Dragons, and End of Dragons itself was a pretty decent. It was a pretty decent expansion. I mean, End of Dragons. I thought End of Dragons was great. I thought End of Dragons was pretty good. Like I said, Yellow Delve was kind of obviously where it dropped off, and it could have done much better. But even the initial release of Janthir, or of how does this keep happening? I just keep getting locked underneath there. Yeah. Let's get a rifle here.
Leave those rifles charging. I wouldn't normally overcharge them. Hell, you need all the power
Oh,
you
okay.
get when you mess with the Brotherhood.
Didn't even know Bob Benitez had a jumping puzzle. I love jumping puzzles. That's how much I don't give a shit. It's just in the bottom right corner of the map. It's really easy to get to, and it's fairly easy to do. It just, you go up the debris into where Anthos hangs out. There's like he has a little bit of dialogue. It's not even anything interesting. He just kind of talks about like, oh, I used to have a garden here, and it's like not even, like I'm not even spoiling anything. There's like not even anything interesting in there, but. Yeah, nonetheless, it does have that. Yeah, it does have that jumping puzzle in there. And it's not bad. Did you even stream doing this? I did not. I did that today. I did it today because I didn't even realize there was a jumping puzzle. I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't even realize there was a jumping puzzle.
I can't.
Do I have any? Oh, I do have some charges. Until I saw someone mention it today. So I read something on social media. Someone was like, oh, there's a jumping puzzle. And I was like, there's a jumping puzzle? And then I figured out, I'm like, well, there's one other waypoint. And I'm like, that waypoint probably is next to that jumping puzzle. And then I went to the waypoint, and you can just, from there, you just go into the corner, and it's right there. I mean, I might actually, I can do it on stream in a second. I kind of want to go back to it. Since we have nothing better to do, we're just hanging out anyways, so Beginning of Secrets of the Obscure was great, then it all fell apart with crypto stuff. Beginning of Janthir was great, then it all fell apart. If this is the pattern, no thanks. And I think that's what a lot of people have been saying. I think a lot of people have been saying, like, if this is your post-release content stuff, then we would rather wait an extra year and have you release all of it together as a whole expansion. So instead of doing annual, do them like biannually, like every 2 years, and have like a full expansion where everything kind of works together. The maps aren't lackluster, the story isn't lackluster, the metas aren't lackluster, and we get some interesting like finishing touches to these things. You know? Can't believe that legendary Ravenous Wanderer has like 1 HP of health, and now there's a champion blocking that path. Wow, I just got killed. Like that was like I got off of my turtle and immediately died. Something hit me for 24,000 damage immediately as soon as I came out of the turtle. That is crazy. So, but yeah, I agree with you. The beginning of Janthir Wilds was great. The beginning of Secrets of the Obscure was great, and then it fell apart after that. So clearly, the post-release content isn't working. Like the epilogue, technically, well, I talked about this yesterday. The climax of Janthir Wilds happened during God's
Hell yeah! That's what you get when you mess with the Brotherhood!
Right? Like, I think that's what a lot of people are not understanding. Like, the finale, technically, was during Godspawn. That is when we defeated the big 3 guys, right? Because Sivas is not really like an enemy, okay? Savus, Sivas, whatever.
Let's deal with this once and for all. It's time.
Jade Behemoth. Oh, I don't know.
That did it. We did it. And that's why you don't mess with the Brotherhood or our associates. Thanks for the help.
I love that. He just hangs out here. Advanced control board. To upgrade to Turtle Pilot Booster 3. Okay. Cool, I guess. I'm gonna get an amalgamate it. Yeah, 25 bucks is still reasonable, so from now I'm gonna wait for it to be all out and purchase it. No reason to get it right away. I loved all the content of Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire, and Dragons. I knew what's happening with Arena with this new stuff. Final Titan is basically named Save Us. I don't know, like, it was weird because I didn't know how to pronounce it, and then Maban said Sivas in the story, and I was like, okay, I guess I'm going with Sivas. I'm gonna do the jumping puzzle. Yeah, so, I mean, Gala Delve is don't get me wrong, Gala Delve is an interesting map. Oh, there's all these chests that I need to open. I totally forgot that we get more chests. I have an hour before that breaks down, so. Oh, there's a guild, you guys. If you guys are interested, it says we're the Jade Mob Brotherhood, a Galadel focused guild. We also do Dragon's End and raiding for an invite whisper. So there you go, guys. If you guys want to do more of this map, make sure to get in on that. Make sure you join these guys. They run Galadel Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday. An hour and a half after daily reset. So I just caught them. Okay. Interesting. Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's awesome. I love them for that. That's really great. So there you go, guys. If you need to do a Gala Delve, if you want to get like me if you want. Did I not open this? Do I not have keys? I should have keys. I should have like a lot of keys. I ended up buying all these keys. Oh my god, there's one way up there? Really? I mean, I got an hour to get all these chests, so. But yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to love it. I'm trying to like it. I'm not feeling. I really thought after yesterday, I was like, man, you know, I streamed for 6 hours and I was like kind of not excited about any of this stuff. And it's just, even going back to like Yala Delve, like this is more exciting to me than what we got. And this was one of the worst this was regarded as one of the worst releases of ArenaNet's history when this came out. And this to me was more exciting than the story just played yesterday. Like, that's saying something. You know what I mean? That's really saying something. And I'm really sad that that's what I'm saying. So, I don't know. So, I don't know. Like I said, my expectations for the next expansion are that I don't want them to touch anything from characters that have been well established. Like, give me a bunch of random guys in a random place and have some random story going on, because as far as the majority of the player base right now is concerned, we don't really care about the story anyways. So it doesn't matter who you have in the story, it doesn't matter how you resolve any of it, because no one gives a shit right now. It is that black and white that I can just say no one cares, just use whatever. Just don't use the characters that you have established and muddy their character development and their progress that they've made. Like, leave everyone behind and just go to new continent, go somewhere we have never been, and tell us a terrible story over there. Because where is this other chest? It's above, but I can't see it. Is it in? Oh, it's in here. Whee! You were our last hope. It's unfortunate. I like I said, I'm trying to find the good in it. I really am. But like I said, I mean, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this release, which was like regarded as some of the like worst stuff, and I'm having a better time going through this map and doing this meta event. So I don't know. And I feel so bad. I feel so bad because I know that there was people that were hard at work making that release. You know, making that Bavanisos release. You know, they put their heart and soul into it. They did their best. Sometimes your best isn't enough. Unfortunately, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know. I can't defend it. There's nothing. That's the thing. There's nothing that I can say, especially from a lore perspective, where I can say, well, it has redeeming qualities, because the fractal is so low effort too. I don't, like I said earlier, like if that's how the fractals are gonna be, like you take a snippet of a map that already exists in game and you put some random enemies, like reused assets, and you just have them, you know, and then you fight through those, you fight through the map, and then you come to a boss, and there's not really anything mechanic wise, there's nothing story wise, there's nothing interesting to find, there's no real interesting dialogue, then we should be having 3 to 4 fractals release a year. I'm gonna be honest with you, because it doesn't take any effort to make those. I'm opening chests like a crazy person, getting all the chests. I'm gonna see if I can do the jumping puzzle. I can DM you a video. You can do that. Also confused on how my female provided a voice in the story, but they still didn't have time to add lines to previous. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, that's strange. Where was the jumping puzzle? It's up here, isn't it? Yeah, I gotta go like up there where that skeleton is. Like even this map is like beautiful. You are the chosen one. Yeah, cue the Star Wars meme. Yeah, I know. It's. I know you guys. I know that like right now, for example, like maybe Wooden Potatoes has a better outlook at it because he's doing a playthrough of all of the chapters in one go right now, right? Like maybe he has more insight to that, right? Like maybe he has a different opinion. Look at this big guy in here. Is that a whale or is that a... I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Okay. Woo! It's like I wish someone could come in the stream and really say, listen, I actually really like this release because of reason XYZ, right? Like, alright, hello. Oh, I can mount up. Oh, I cannot. I forgot how this works. I have no idea how this works, you guys. It's a great song, though. Can I make it up here? Oh, I can. Yeah, okay. Am I doing this right? I don't even know if I'm doing this right. I haven't done this jumping puzzle in so long. And then down there. Oh no, I can't. Oh my god, where did I? Oh, I don't lose any health. So how do I get up there now? Through here? Oh, nope. Wait, how do I get up there? Is it through here? Is it? Oh, it's up here. I see. No, it's not. I'm leaving. Wait, how do I get up there? Aha. Aha, I figured it out. Oh my god. Is this all I needed? Yeah. Oh, I made it. Cool. Gold. Ha! I'm #1, you guys. Lifetime? Wow, not even leaderboard. I got 2 Jade Runestones, so I'll take that. Get all of these delicious things that I can open up now. Look at all that gear. Ooh. I got some skins. I got some stuff here. I'm free to watch Wooden Potatoes' opinion on it, because if he liked dislike it, then I don't know what to do with myself. I mean, you know, is that gonna influence you that much? Is that gonna make you bummed out even more? I mean, you're already bummed out. Like, let's be real. Like, we're all pretty bumped out already, you know? So, pretty lax on gold. Well, I love it. I love that little adventure. I love that little jumping puzzle. It's great. It's fun. Let's do this jumping puzzle here. Yeah, I mean, the map itself, like, I love the way the map looks, okay? the map looks really, really, really good. Okay, I love the way that it has like different areas with like lava here, right? Like we have tentacles, we have like sinew, we have like, you know, we're talking about like heart and lungs and like all of the stuff, right? It's really cool. I love it. Has different layers. There's a lot of stuff hidden everywhere. But then it's like it's empty. Like there's nothing going on in this map. Like you guys, earlier I ran through the map and there was like nothing going on. It was so bad. I'm just like, what is going on with that? That's crazy. It's crazy to me. There we go. Ooh, I actually did this on my Mesmer earlier, and this is much easier on this guy because I actually have the Wayfinder relic, which gives me 25% speed, and it's making these jumps a lot easier. Is it this way? Which way was it? Was it this way? I don't remember. Yes, it's around this way and then around the corner. So there's a lot of like dead ends that they have in this jumping puzzle, which is kind of nice. I kind of like that. Kind of makes you figure out exactly where you need to go. Like here, I can go to the left. I don't know if I need to go to the left though. Do I need to go? I think I need to go. Do I need to go? Oh god. Yeah, I need to go up around here. See, like there's all these different ways that you can go, but they don't lead to where you need to go. So it's really good. Oh. And then here, so you can go like back there too, but I don't think that leads anywhere. Well, barely made that. You can use your glider here, which is nice. That's kind of like your little oh shit, you know. You can kind of catch yourself on some of these. If you fall off, you can catch yourself on some of these, on some of the lower platforms. Ooh, that's a tricky jump right there. There's also a book somewhere along the way. I only found one way to get to it is by gliding down to it. I'm going the wrong way. Oh, no, okay. Well, you know what? Oh, 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 up, 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 up. Up, 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 up. There's a book right there, and I don't know. I guess there must be like a way to get there. But I actually, because the jumping puzzle like ends up there somewhere, you can glide down to it and then read it. I don't even remember what it said. I want to be honest. I read it, but I don't remember what it said. You come over here. Mouth already, so lungs. Okay, so let me read all this. I caught some of WP's rants during the Chain Alliance instances earlier today. No, if he dislikes it, I usually don't agree with his opinion, so it'll just confirm shit even more and piss me off. Whole city of the Titan with different lanes and targeting different organs is quite cool. Feels like you need to find a battle with the brain or something. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like they're like, yeah, we defeated the heart and the lungs and the whatever, and we're done. It's like, oh, okay. But it's like, it feels like the Titan never really fought back, and we never really, I don't know. It feels very underwhelming. There was definitely more, and that's the thing. Like, they have designed, there's 5 lanes designed in this map, okay? Because this is lane 1, lane 2, lane 3. Okay, that's how they have that right now. But then you also have lane 4. Oops, sorry, my hand slipped. Lane 4 and lane 5. Like I said, this area right here, like you can even see it. From the central. You have literally a path that leads to an arena, to a big arena like that, right? Like we have a path here that leads to this big arena. We have a path, so hard to see, this path here that leads to this big arena, right? But then we have this path that either way, this way or however this works, but leads, or actually that's down below here. So here we actually have another split, right? Like you can see the main event here, right? Blah blah blah, whatever. Then they split up into their lanes. You start like here and here or something like that, or like here, something like that, and then you journey like to the thing. right?
And so
Journey to the thing. And then here you do the same thing and you journey into there, right? But there was definitely set up for 2 more lanes that they never utilized. So obviously this map was made and they never... Am I going the right way?
The Countess? Well, she knows the score.
Shouldn't be
I am
taking
here
breaks
out
right in the middle of
respect
this.
for my bonds.
But yeah, so it's obviously it was designed to actually have more content to it. And I'm sure there was probably a phase 2 because we opened the path to the Mist Rift, to the Mist Gate, right? But then we leave it. We just leave it alone and we just go back to camp. And it's like, well, wait a minute. What? No, like we should really, for the meta event, we should be going inside. We should be going in there.
Yes, of course. Allow me.
This is kind of tricky. So you got to go under and you got to jump around. And you go up here, you go behind here. See, the book is down there. I guess there was a path that I could have gone behind one of those bookshelves or something and could have jumped across to read it. But like I said, you can just glide down to it. There's really no reason to go out of your way to get there. But yeah, this jumping puzzle is fun. It's easy setup. Like, I didn't need to look at a guide. I didn't need to look at a YouTube video. Like, I was like, okay, where can I jump? And then a couple of times I went to areas that were like dead ends, and I was like, okay, well, that's not where I go. But other than that, it's pretty self-explanatory. You kind of just go to the areas that you can kind of jump to that kind of look like they lead further up. And yeah, and you just kind of go, and we're almost done, actually. So we jump back here, we go across here. Jump here. Here you can jump around the corner, actually. Oh.
When Baba Mythos was whole, it stood in defiance of the brutalist shapes and structures.
And that's a jumping puzzle, you guys. There it is. You get the significant chest.
Kinder spirits.
And you have Anthos
Some
give
helpless
you...
would snatch the occasional flower
about that.
or fruit from the trees while practicing their flying.
And it is
Once,
known for
the
revamping and fleshing out
youngest
content, so
plucked the
this is
red
it. We will never
iris
care about Janthir again, not
and
deeply
returned it to
anyways.
me
No,
as a
we
gift.
won't. And that's exactly it, right? Like, we'll never come back to this. We'll never... there will never be updates to this. This will be the way it is, and that's the end of it. Right? Like, that's the end of it. But look at how long this actually is. When you go... Like, we started all the way down there, like, close to where the lava is. So we climbed up all the way. Let's go to the book. So it's a fairly decent jumping puzzle. I mean, I feel like it could be challenging, but with the gliding, what was this about? Oh yeah, this is about like two Junon and Viaro. They're like, it's a Mersat and a Mesmer, and they were like friends at some point, but then during the war they were fighting each other. And then at the very end, I think they're like lovers or something. There's like hidden, there you are, like he takes off Junon's mask. Junon is the Mersat, and he like and the seer guy takes off his mask or whatever. And I'm like, I don't know if we're like hinting at like that they gave up fighting at the end of this or something. But yeah, I don't know. So I don't know. I don't think there's any really lore implication of this to this at all. So, but yeah, so it goes all the way up there. It's a pretty good jumping puzzle. I think it's pretty good. Seems like it's designed by the jumping puzzle guy. But the jumping puzzle guy doesn't work with them anymore, does he? You're talking about what's his name? The guy that made like Super Adventure Box and stuff like that? Like, is that who you're talking about? I forgot his name. It's like Jeff or something? I don't remember. But yeah, look at this big arena, right? There's shadow creatures in this arena, right? Again, nothing we talked about Asgarian was just kind of like, yeah, these guys look different, and we don't press on that at all. We don't worry at all what's going on. Like, that's another thing. We go to celebrate, and we don't even know what's happening. The forge is still working. The scepter is now in the mist. The one thing that can control titans. Like, we don't turn off the forge. The forge is still making titans. Just so you guys know, they're just hanging out in the realm of torment now, right? Just because there's no mist gate doesn't mean that they don't have other ways of getting souls in there. If someone turned this on, if someone turned on the forge, which I don't think was the Titan Civus, right? Like, I don't think it was Civus. I'm pretty sure it was someone else that we haven't seen or heard about. Like, we just leave it, right? Like, it's crazy. We just leave it. We don't we just celebrate. We have a feast. We have a feast with the other people, and we're just like, yep, we did a good thing. And it's like, do you understand that, like, this mass producing machine that can make, like, titans is still active in the mist, in the realm of torment, and we just left it and we didn't even look back, right? It feels very, very bad. Very bad. Well designed, JP, if it wasn't by him. We usually designs the JPs. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if there's like a different guy on there or whatever. I don't know if they have a specific guy, but yeah, it's just, you know, and then this arena right here. Then the other thing, so when you guys, like, you guys will see this right here, right? The bloodstone. The keystone to the bloodstone was somewhere in the city. In the story, we hear that it cracked.
Maybe if we drop something heavy on them.
And that is where, not in the story, in the meta event, I'm sorry, during the meta, Lextalion actually says the bloodstone, the keystone cracked. See, there's no events. I mean, you guys can see this. Like, there's nothing happening in this entire map. So he tells us during the meta event that the keystone cracked, and that's where the souls were released, and that is where he came from. Where is it? Did it explode? Because there's bloodstone in this map. There's bloodstone. We can see bloodstone, right? So did it explode? Did it, like, what happened to it? Did it just, is it just got, right? ArenaNet is trying to tie up all of these loose ends that they have. For whatever reason, they're pushing. Wow, really? All these people just flying on their, like, sky scales, not even helping? Where is he? I can't see him. He has a low, all these people on their sky scales. Get off your sky scale, you lazy piece of shit. God. Sky scales were one of the worst things that ever happened to Guild Wars. Ever happened. Sky scales is one of the worst things that's ever happened to Guild Wars 2. Oh, lovely. I got achievement points. And I got a mastery point that I will never, ever need in my life.
Go, spirits. Suffer this place no longer. Oh, I don't know. My
But yeah,
son will
during
envy
the story, so
tales
we
I
hear
tell
about the,
at this
so
time.
ArenaNet, so just to summarize, all of the things with specifically Janthir Wilds that ArenaNet has put a lid on, that has concluded that they put it up back on the upper shelf of the things that we could be talking about, and it's going to collect dust there until maybe at some point in time they figure, oh, this wasn't quite the right answer, you know, the same that what they did with the White Mantle and the Mersad, right? They kind of, after season 3, waited many years, but then they were like, yeah, you know what, we're going to bring this back because that wasn't, like, very satisfying of an ending, right? But for now, they're finishing this. So what are some of the things that they have finished with Janthir Isles. So first of all, the Isles of Janthir themselves, right? That was one of the things that we had for a long time. We didn't know anything about it, right? The city of the Mursad, Bavanisos, right? I mean, it kind of goes hand in hand together with the Isles themselves, right? Because we know that the Isles on there, you know, the city was probably somewhere in the Isles or had something to do with the Isles, right? Because that was the Mursad city, right? But so we but nonetheless, I think it's two separate things, right? The actual Isles of Janthir themselves, and then the actual city of Bavanisos that Saul D'Alessio found during his journey, like way early on, before Guild Wars 1 even released. We heard about Bavanisos, okay? So they wrapped that up. They wrapped up the Scepter of Ore. They wrapped up Titans. They wrapped up potentially even the Realm of Torment. They wrapped up Mabon's story in a way, right? Because it felt many people were very unsatisfied with his early death, with his quick death. So they brought him back so that we can actually say goodbye to him. So they finished that. There's so much that they just randomly took and we're like, we need to finish this, right? And I feel like that's where a large part of the failure came from, because ArenaNet tried to do this with way too many of these things, right? With way too many of these give me one second. I think they just tried to do too many things with it. And I think that was the problem with the initial release of Janthir Wilds too, is because they introduced all of these different things. So we thought all of these different things would lead to something. And then they ended up not leading anywhere. You know what I mean? And that's kind of like, oh, okay, that's, you know, we're just going with the Cryptus, and we're just dealing with the Cryptus, and we're leaving behind everyone else that we kind of had to deal with in the initial release, right? But yeah, with Janthir Wilds, it was like they were like they took a scoop of like lore, right? Of like they went in the lore basket and they took a big scoop and they were like, okay, what can we all grab? And they were like, all right, these are all the subject matters that we are going to be talking about that are mysteries in the world of Guild Wars that we need to wrap up, that we need to give a conclusion to, for whatever reason they're pushing so hard for this, right? Both Secrets of the Obscure and Janthir Wilds are expansions that are just there to finish up loose threads in the story. That's all they're there to do. And it sucks. It's not good. Because you can't really do that. Like, you can't, I don't know. I don't know how you would make it better, but it definitely, like, putting like a very, and with many of those they put a very like, it's very deliberate on like, yes, this is the last we'll ever hear of this ever again, right? With Mabon, it's like we actually say goodbye to Mabon, right? And we actually like talk to him, and his loved ones are there, and the people that regretted not being there, and like whatever, right? Like all these people, and they get to say goodbye, and then we have a final goodbye, and it's literally like ArenaNet saying like, we're never talking about Mabon again. Stop asking us about it, right? With him taking the Scepter of Ore, Legavo, into the mist, they literally, it's them saying, we're never talking about the Scepter of Ore. Stop asking us. Like, it's almost like, it almost feels like ArenaNet is annoyed with the player base for asking all of these things. So they're just trying to give us these small little tidbits of stories and wrap them up so that they can just say to us, we're never talking about this again. Stop asking us. Talk about something else. Like, that's what it feels like to me. It feels like I'm being scolded by my parents, saying like, you know, I've been asking them for like the last month to watch a specific movie and they haven't, and then they're just like, we're just gonna watch a review online and that's the best you're getting out of it. You know what I mean? And it's just kind of like, okay, but that's not really what I wanted. Like, you know, you're watching like a short version of it, right? You're watching like a summary, or you're just watching the best clips, and your parents are just like, well, that's the best you're getting. You're not getting anything else. Stop asking for it. You got what you wanted. And it's like, well, that's not what I wanted though. It's like, no, that's what you wanted. You wanted this movie and we watched this movie. It's like, but that's not really, like, this is not good. Like, this is not good, you know? Tying loose threads into a neat bow. But that's the thing. They tie it into a messy bow that looks like shit. Not to put it into, like, too crude of terms, but, you know, if we're using this analogy of tying it up, you know, tying loose ends up into a neat bow. No, they're tying it up into a crumbled mess that looks like garbage. That's what they're doing. It's and I, like, as someone that loves the lore and as someone that has made many, I've made over hundreds of lore videos on Guild Wars 2. I can honestly say they're not doing that great with these story threads that they are putting on their own plate, right? Like, yeah. Wow. And I hate to put it like that is, like, I'm not saying that that's what ArenaNet is doing to us, where they're saying, like, stop asking for it. That's how I feel. That's what it feels like as the consumer. Going in, and that is... Wait, is the boss here? Wait, is there a boss? Wait, what's happening? Oh, he's down here. Wait, are we... What's going on? I don't understand. Isn't there a boss after every... I thought there was a boss fight after every... I'm just gonna stand on here, it's fine. I'll be aiming now. No, stop dying. Why is this fire field like 300,000 years long? Like, or whatever field that was. It looked like a fire field, but I think I was getting set on fire, so I think that was good. We popped the zit. The music, oh my god, this is some of the best music, okay? The redeeming, like, let's talk about redeeming the music. Oh my god, it's super good, okay? It's super good. I'm gonna be honest with you. Oh god. People kept asking for sword elementals and finally got it. We usually get what we keep asking for. That is not true. That is absolutely not true. We keep getting things that no one asked for. No one asked for push. No one asked for stronghold. No one asked for DRMs. No one asked, like, I don't know. No, there's so many things that we keep getting that no one asked for. And then when we ask for something, it just kind of gets misconstrued in a weird way. Sometimes. Not always. Still prefer the Lake Doric music? I don't even remember the Lake Doric music. Like, are you kidding? It was like years ago that I listened to that music. I mean, my favorite is still Rodanovas. I think Rodanovas is still hands down the best piece of music. I mean, I think it's some of the best. I think it's some of the best music that's ever been made, in my opinion. Is that the Rodanovas theme is some of the best shit I've ever listened to in my life. with such a big bubble to protect. I do remember it. It's like kind of a dramatic. It's a very dramatic, like it's a very fitting song. I want to say, from what I remember. It's too much happening. Too many freaking poison fields and all that stuff. Where is everyone? What are they all doing? Okay. I thought I was back up, but look, they did so much damage I couldn't even revive myself. How sad is that? It's fine. I have a revive orb. I'll be good. Oh, there's finally people here. Not fighting by myself anymore. Great. Love that. But yeah, I don't know. I hope that Guild Wars 3 comes out soon. How do you guys feel about push? Speaking of push, are any of you guys excited about push? Is there someone that goes like, this is what I've been waiting for my whole life? Because I don't really understand the reason behind push. I don't understand when they're in the middle of having all of their resources, like, you know, everything is under crunch, everything is miniature, everything has gotten smaller, the expansions have gotten smaller, the patches have gotten smaller, the fractal, the instances, the meta events, everything has gotten smaller, right? Not only has it dropped in quality, but it's also dropped in quantity. So why are we doing a new PvP mode? Is that something that was demanded? Did many of the PvP people ask for this? Was this something where they're like, we're doing this because people want this? I don't really care about PvP either. I mean, I like the push. Like I said, I think it's simpler than Conquest. I think it's going to be easier for people to get into that want to do PvP. But I don't know what the actual, like, again, are they going to put support up for it? Like, you know, is it going to be another stronghold? Like, what's the deal, you know? Final Fantasy Tactics Remaster was announced. Great. I never played the original, so good for everyone else, I guess. I'm gonna die. Oh, I thought I could. Can't full counter that. That's annoying. Please revive me. Thank you. I mean, the rewards even aren't that, like, this is all I get for the meta. You know, it's kind of wild to me. All right, let's read these memory scrolls. So it's the only piece that we get, right? So they talk about this place, Apavim. Maybe more. That's kind of cool. And they mention that again at somewhere else too. They talk about that somewhere. Someone else mentions that same area, you know. I'm jumping into the mist. Yeah, I don't think I'm a fan of the tactical grid stuff. I think that's kind of what turns me off from that. Why I haven't tried it at all yet. Wow, I was like, really? Is that door closed? But yeah, I mean, when you go through this map here, you know, there's like... Oh, teleports you back up. PvP would was in my circles are gonna be quite selective. I've been unhappy with Boon Blob bunker stuff. Push seems to encourage it. It really does. That is 100%. Yeah, I mean 100% pushing out as many boons as you can, and just bunker down. Yeah, that's definitely it's not good. Hopefully they can. I will say I really liked the direction they were taking with the last balance patch. I really liked the direction because they actually looked at mechanically, like skills mechanically, right? And they looked at it and they said, okay, we're changing some of these mechanics on some of the stuff, right? And we're changing what some of these things do. We're changing what some of the weapon skills do and stuff like that. It's good because for the last 2 years, all the other like balance patches and stuff have been just pretty much about pretty much about like adjusting numbers, right? It's a numbers game, right? And it's just like, oh, this does, you know, we lowered the power coefficient to this much, we upped this power coefficient to this much, right? And like it's that was pretty much for 2 years. You know, there was the occasional mixed in where they're like, oh, we're changing what this does and we're changing what this does, da, 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 da. But it was so far and few between that I feel like it wasn't really worth mentioning. But yeah, I think that the direction that this latest one did was really good. It just needs to lean even heavier towards that. It needs to go even further with it. Even further, it needs to go in there, and they need to like be even more crass with some of those changes. And then maybe we can have, like, that's the thing. It's like, if you're gonna have 4 PvP modes, because we have World vs. World, which arguably is PvP, right? It's like they called it what, PvPVE, I guess they called that originally or whatever, but it's not like that, right? Like it's really not like that at all. I kind of hate being in this map. Like I'm gonna go look around for treasure, you guys. I'm gonna go look for treasure. I'm gonna go back to Sindri and I'm gonna look for treasure.
Commander, they're marching on the Titan. You should head that way.
Okay. I was like, which map am I gonna go to first? So they have World vs. World, they have Conquest, Stronghold, and now they're adding Push into it, right? Which Stronghold has never seen any support since its inception. It came out, I think it saw like 1 or 2 updates to it, and then that was it. Never to be talked about again, never to any, like, no one spoke of it anymore. Whatever, right? So it's like, if they're already struggling with supporting 3 of them, which they have, right? They have been kind of struggling to support this. Why in the hell would they be making another PvP mode? Like, it just seems kind of like a strange choice to me, if I'm honest. Like, it seems really strange to me, especially when your releases are lackluster and your consumer is actively telling you that your current releases are lackluster. Why would you? Why? I don't get this. I don't. It's like one of those things that I still don't quite understand. I'm gonna be honest. It's unfortunate. I want to understand it, but I just hope that it turns out good, because I liked Push. I think, like I said, if we get some good balance patches in there, I think Push could be a really, really interesting, more of a, I feel like it's probably more casual friendly PvP mode. Because you can just, you know, and instead of like relying on your individual power, you know, you're in a group constantly. And so there's, you know, safety in numbers and, you know, complementary builds and stuff like that. So you're not just sitting there alone by yourself, you know, having to do like 1v1 a character on a point or something like that, you know. This leads to Divinity's Reach. Where does it lead in Divinity's Reach? Didn't they say they added a portal from Janthir Sentry to Mistburnt Barrens? Oh, it leads here. Oh no, okay, so they just added a Mistburnt Barrens teleport in Divinity's Reach. Interesting. We're going to Sentry. I like Sentry's atmosphere. Sentry's atmosphere is some of the best stuff ever. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna be making more content for Guild Wars though. There's still a lot to talk about in the universe. The only thing that's keeping me going on that end, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I mean, I've kind of talked about this in recent weeks and stuff where, you know, I'm at the end of like that part because I've just made so many videos and I just feel like it almost feels like ArenaNet is not taking their own world serious anymore at times, and it kind of feels like me taking your world more serious as a consumer than you do as a creator seems kind of wrong to me in a way. And what do I mean by that is like I mean like I feel like, you know, if they were serious about the Scepter of Ore, I feel like they wouldn't have made it such a throwaway thing. You know, it finally sees action after 250 years. Then it gets, everyone is appalled and nothing even bad happened. Like there was no repercussions to anything that Livia did, but everyone's like, you don't know what's gonna happen with the Scepter. Oh my god. It didn't do anything 250 years ago because the Vizier Kilbron didn't have, when he sunk ore, he didn't have the Scepter. Not that we knew about that. So, you know, their argument in the story was, well, the last guy that wielded it, you know, when the last guy wielded it, an entire continent sank. Yeah, but those were two completely unrelated incidents, like that had nothing to do with it, right? It's like saying here, like give you guys an analogy to that, right? It's like saying a murderer that goes and shoots someone with a gun, right? But he also owns a knife, saying that knife is very dangerous because the guy that went around and shot someone with a gun was in possession of this knife. It's a knife. It's just as dangerous as any other knife. You know what I mean? Like, that is not a good argument to what they were trying to, like, that's not a good argument for the argument they're trying to make. And you know, it seems kind of weird to me, right? But that's what I mean when I talk about like they don't take their own world serious, because it's like that is a very, very important lore item, right? It's a very important item in lore, and they just like nonchalantly threw it away. They were like, yeah, it's fine. We're just gonna do this, and it's gonna end up in the mist, and we're done with it. We're never gonna see it again. We're never gonna deal with it again. We're never gonna do anything with it again. This is it. The end. We're done. And you know, I'm just at a point where I'm like, how far can I take these videos? And like like I said, I have a backlog of videos. I still want to continue making them. I'm still here. Like, if Guild Wars 3 announces, I will be here. I will be covering that stuff. You know, I just don't know with like the current stuff. Is like I'm telling you guys, I haven't really been that motivated. I've been I was, if you guys remember, like I started making videos before End of Dragons came out. And if you guys remember the amount of videos that I made back then, like how many videos did I make because I was so excited about it, right? And I want to go back to that. I want to feel that again. I want to feel that excitement again that I had when End of Dragons came out, right? Like, we're going to Cantha, we're getting siege turtles, we're like, You know, we're gonna see the Jade Sea, we're gonna see the Akavald Forest, you know, all of these things. I was like, man, it's a great mystery. You know, we're gonna be dealing with the underwater dragon probably. Like, we're gonna be finding out who Mother is. Like, all of these crazy things. You know, I made 2 theory videos. I talked about, you know, I made the map video. I did a tour of the maps in Guild Wars 1. Ran around the whole maps. Like, all of these things. You know, and I'm not, with these expansions, I'm really not feeling it anymore. And it's so sad because I want to feel it, you know? It is. Use servers not resetting, now just wiping out everyone who enters it. Oh my god, no way. Is that really what happened? So you just go in the map and you just immediately die? Or is it like, does like the timer reset and then like everyone dies after like 10 minutes or something? That's crazy. Part of me wishes the turtle was kept secret like the griffin. Why? The turtle sucks. The turtle is garbage. It's not good. It was an amazing tool. It was an amazing tool to hype the expansion. Because people that played Guild Wars 1 loved siege turtles, okay? Siege turtles were like the thing, okay? Like, I played Jade Quarry a lot in my day, okay? And siege turtles were very, very much loved by the community as, like, just a thing that existed in the game, okay? So, it's a great way to advertise your expansion. But then, that is probably one of the worst design mounts that I've ever seen in any MMO ever. Awful. Awful design. Instant death. Really? That is crazy. People might have liked it more. I probably would like it even less. If you made me sit there and like it was a secret that I could find and I had to pay 250 gold to unlock it, I would have been pissed with the way that it actually handles. I would have been pissed if you tell me, yeah, that's the secret mount here, that's a secret thing, right? I'm like, oh, okay, cool. It's a secret, and then I go in and it handles the way it does. I would have been pissed. I'm like, you made me spend 250 gold on this garbage. You have to be out of your mind, because it's not good. It's not a good mount. Like, it's really not. The only thing that has going for it is that it can have 2 people, that it can transport 2 people, but there's nothing else about it that's good. I honestly learned a lot of interesting, cool stuff about lore from your Janthir Wilds video and greatly improved my enjoyment of the content, but I'm with you. I'm not really feeling the writing. Well, first of all, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm glad to know, that makes me very happy. I'm glad to know that there is someone out there that got more enjoyment out of the game because of my videos. I have to say, I really appreciate you saying that. And I'm not just saying that. I really mean that, because it's always something as a content creator that I sit here, you know, as someone that has like a minuscule channel, right? Like, I don't compare to people like Mighty Teapot and Wooden Potatoes and stuff like that have like hundreds of thousands of, you know, subscribers and a huge, massive community, right? But I always question, I'm like, do people even enjoy my content, or do they get enjoyment out of it in some shape or form? So it's very nice of you to say that. I do appreciate that. But yeah, and you know, and the thing though is that I have with that is that all of these videos that I make, I feel like ArenaNet should in part make some of these same videos, right? Like when I made the history of the Titans video, right? It was because ArenaNet had failed to really make, like, now that we know the outcome of this expansion, and we know that the bad guy of this expansion wasn't Menzies, wasn't Abaddon, wasn't Arachnia, wasn't, like, you know, whatever, wasn't like Fred from the Hills, right? It was the Titans. The Titans were the bad guys of this expansion. Now that we know that, it feels really bad that ArenaNet never explained the Titans, the history of the Titans. There was never, they did a primer on the Mersat. Do you guys remember that? Do you guys remember the primer on the Mersat, where prior to the release of Repentance, they did a blog post that talked about the history of the Mersat. Well, that sounds pretty freaking great, doesn't it? That sounds pretty great for the Repentance release. They couldn't have had a writer sit down, like someone from like the team sit down and write a short blog post, maybe talking about the history of the Titans, like the bad guys of the expansion, that people that didn't play Guild Wars 1 don't know what it means for the Titans to be back in the story. They just think Titans, okay, cool. Like, I would love to know, I would love to talk to someone that didn't play Guild Wars 1, that's very invested in the story of Guild Wars 2, and I want to kind of hear their opinion of what they think of Janthir Wilds, like as a whole, like when it comes to like the story part of it, the involvement of the Scepter of Ore, the involvement of the Titans. Like, did they understand what was going on, or was it like, did they feel lost? Did they feel completely like, why does this matter, right? Like, the Scepter was never really explained. The Titans were never really explained. There's so many things that ArenaNet never touched on, right? But they made sure to talk about the Mersat, which is fine. I get it. You know, the Mersat were like the Repentance release had in big part had to do with the Mersat. And I understand that ArenaNet was looking to close that chapter, right? Like I said, these expansions are there to close these chapters in the world of Guild Wars. Answer these questions that we have about the world of Guild Wars, right? And so I get that. I kind of do like the new mastery, that anytime I hit a beehive, I go really fast for 3 seconds. It's kind of nice. I will say, that's kind of nice. Or do you mean the Griffin? Well, that's what I'm saying. The Griffin was 250 because it was. I'm talking about the Griffin, right? I'm talking about the Griffin. The turtle was not that expensive. I think the turtle was like a few tens of gold. Like, it wasn't even. It was a little bit of gold. It didn't cost that much, but I'm saying, like, if it was a secret, it probably would have cost like 250 gold again because it's a secret. I thought I jumped by a mound, but I did not. Being a hidden mound for quite a bit, hinted at by fellow players, but never outright spoiled. Yeah, I suppose that's, I guess that would have been maybe better. I'm not sure. Again, I find it pretty useless. Like, I don't ride my turtle unless I absolutely have to. Whee! Oh. $60 to $80 per turtle, something like that. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, I mean, it's you know, the like. What was I saying? I was saying something. I feel like, did I make a point? I don't know if I made a point. I don't even remember what I was saying. I'm really hungry right now. Just saying. I love this map. Like, this map was completely underutilized. The Mistburn Barrens was like, I think all three of the new maps. I think 3 out of the 4 maps were underutilized, in my opinion. Which is also sad. I think they could have packed this area full of events. There could have been a cool event chain here, where you find like a really strong Titan spawn at the very end, right, or something, right? There could have been a cool something. There could have been something could have been put here beside one random champion event that just pops randomly with no connection to anything. Yeah, I don't know. It's I keep trying to find good things about the expansion, but oh yeah, I was talking about the history stuff. So you know, so it's just kind of like, I mean, it's good for me. I'm gonna be honest. It's kind of good for me that ArenaNet doesn't talk about these things, because then I can make videos. You know, I get to make videos and I get to interact with you guys and I get to make videos like that. You know, so I guess I'm kind of happy that they didn't do a history of the Titans video or blog post or whatever, so that I was able to make that video, and then you guys can, you know, enjoy. Like, I get to make a video, and you guys can enjoy more stuff on my channel. I guess that's nice because it gives me an avenue for content, you know. But I think for the, you know, again, my channel is tiny. I barely get over a couple of hundred views on any of my videos, so that means that hundreds of thousands of people that play these releases don't see this stuff. They don't see ever my channel. My channel will not be seen by 90% of the community. So when I make a video like that, unless I am someone like Mighty Teapot or Wooden Potatoes or Muckluck or Loranity, like, I am not going to get the views, and I'm not going to get the outreach and inform all these other players like, you know, like they would. You know, it's like I don't have that reach. So as much as the point of Lowland Shore is my favorite map in the whole game for now. Janthir Sentry is definitely up there for me in like map design. I think I love the atmosphere. I love the music. I love the feel of the map. It feels like I said, I compare it a lot to Elder Scrolls. Elder Scrolls has very well designed maps as well, and they have very like, it's very immersive and it's very like atmospheric. And this map really does it for me too, you know. And also, like, you know, there's a lot of like hidden lore and ghosts around and things that you can find, and like, you know, just like, I don't know, like just going around. Like earlier, I love the I love going to the little ponds and stuff and seeing the like the lilies on the lake, like this looks so cool to me. This like the leaves and stuff that are kind of like washed up against the like. This is really cool. This feels like almost like nostalgic in a way. Like looking at this little pond. I don't know why. It just looks. It's very appealing to me. This whole map is so appealing to me. There's something. I think it's, you know, because I like grew up kind of in an environment that somewhat resembles this a little bit. Maybe I feel like a little bit of a connection to this, but still, it's really cool. I saw someone say this part was for Ura for the map meta, but just didn't make it in. Oh, that's interesting. Well, that makes sense, right? Because we have this part, and then we have this part. So that would make sense. So again, it sounds like there's more cutting happening. There's more cut content that perhaps was supposed to be there, and they decided not to do that, right? Like, again, it kind of makes it sound like everything that was part of Godspawn was supposed to be part of the original release, including, you know, us actually meeting Aura, not just hearing her voice, but actually meeting her and defeating her and having her on the map, right? What would you guys have? So, okay, let me ask you this, you guys. Been exploring Stonefall map and ESO, so my level 50 character very close to 30. You were the only one who was reading the journals, making them coherent and tying them to the old lore. Without those story updates, these story updates are really dry. Yeah, that is a very important part, and especially since the journals start here, right? The journals start here, they continue here, and then we have the journals like here in the camp, like early on, you know. So those are super important. No one else read those? You watched other people play through the content and no one read the journals? That's sad. That's crazy. I cannot believe people didn't read the journals. I mean, I read them horribly because I was still coming down from a high yesterday, but Hidden Waterfall Caves is one of the main reasons I like Lowland Shore as a Tomb Raider fan. Okay, I can see that. It's kind of nice. I do like that as well. I do like the Hidden Waterfall stuff.
Should probably cut those elementals down before they
I think one thing they could have done better with this map in particular is add some verticality to it. Yes, there's like ledges and stuff, but I wish I would have actually gone up on a big hill like a hill. but we didn't really get that either. WP, well, he's playing through the whole release right now, so he might be right in the middle of reading it right now. Who knows? He might be right in the middle of reading them right now. Ooh, that's up there.
There. Need to keep an eye on those things.
But so let me, okay, I do love the Bloodstone area in Sentry. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? I love the trees having changed color and stuff. Looks really cool. Okay, so let me ask you guys this. How would you guys have felt about this release if, let's say, they would have pushed, let's say, instead of coming out in August, they would have pushed back to January of the next year. Okay. Say that, like, they're not doing it in August, they're releasing it in January of the next of 2025. And they're doing the complete expansion, as in they're doing only 2 maps. How would you guys have felt about having a better Janthir Sentry, with more events, more varied events, right? It's not just like defeat enemies and then collect stuff in all of these areas, right? Defeat enemies, right? Like collecting, right? It's like the collection things are like everywhere, whatever, right? Like, how would you guys have felt if this and this and then maybe this was the only release that we would have got, right? Mount Belrior, because that was released with like Godspawn and stuff like that. So have this, you know, have the raid be there, have the convergence be there, have the release here, have that be better, you know, and they waited 6 more months and had just this, and it ends with us fighting the Titans on top of Mount Belrior. That's where the expansion ends, and we only have 2 maps. How would you guys, and they maybe had taken the time to, like, you know, make a little bit of a longer story. Like, maybe make, like, Godspawn was a really short story. There was, like, one of the chapters was 1 instance, and that's all it was. Like, you know, add a couple more instances, add a couple more things, maybe make the fight with Aura more interesting. Maybe really have us find out, like, a better weakness other than just, like, fighting. I don't even remember what the weakness was that we came up with this time around. It was some kind of fucking whatever pulled out of that. It would have been only 2 maps. I don't care. I don't care. I would have been totally fine. We have more than enough maps. If you make the maps interesting, if you create maps, and I've said it a bazillion times, like Rothmar Valley, you won't need 200 freaking thousand maps, because they keep you occupied with the variety of events that are happening in the maps, like that are happening in them. They keep you occupied, right? He missed the secrets of the obscure ones, which were also huge, like Eparch meeting Morty. Oh, really? He didn't read that? Pomegranates. Collecting the stupid pomegranates, which are coming off of grape trees. Remember that, big oof? Really? He didn't read that? That's crazy. I would have liked it if Mount Belrior was an actual map to explore. Map complete was also its own. Well, but that's the thing. That map is not fleshed out enough to be its own map. But they could have. I mean, if they would have pushed it back six months, right? They could have said, this is our 3rd map, maybe. And said, like, you know, maybe like release all, like, those 3 maps, right? Like, make this like more of a whole map, and actually have it connect on different levels, right? Because like here we can actually see across. We can't see anything here, but you can actually see through some of these areas. I think right here specifically, you can actually see. You don't actually see any of this, right? You don't see any of that, but you can actually see this part. Just like up here, you can actually see this part. So maybe make this a 3rd map. I mean, that would be kind of nice. Would we be okay with that? Would we be okay with 3 maps? If Mount Balrio would have become its own map and not just a Convergence raid map? Because it is a beautiful map. I mean, the concept itself, like going up on the mountain and stuff, would like is kind of cool. Kind of like that idea a lot. There's no treasure here. So I think that would have made for a good expansion, right? I think that would have made for a good expansion because you have a boss, right? Like you have a boss that kind of stays hidden, right? Because we meet Greer down here, you know, and then we meet Decima up here. And then we don't meet Ura up here, but we hear her, right? And then we follow her to Mount Balrio, kill her, right? That's your big boss. That's your small, like, we're like, okay, tight, right? And then you can start the next expansion by saying, we need to get deeper into Janthir, right? Because we've only explored this stuff of Janthir. We need to really get deep into it. Where did these titans come from, right? And then you can start a whole new expansion. You can say, well, we have one map here that's Bavanisos, right? And like all of the stuff, and we kind of like journey further around. Like there's more maps north of here that we could have gone to, right? Just like in a different timeline, we would go through the gate in Ebonhawk to get into Path of Fire instead of taking an airship like we did. Come to Crystal Desert. I mean, there's still room for like an actual map to be there too, you know, because the tunnel is right here, right? That is the collapsed tunnel, closed passage, actually, right there. That is the closed passage that leads. Oops, right here. That leads right there. Right? So there's a tunnel that leads there. You can easily put a map in here. You can even do a map like this. You can just have it run along the side of that. And connect those. I would definitely rather wait more or pay more for more polished variety immersion pacing. I mean, I think that's what a lot of people are feeling, and that's what I'm talking about when I talk about arena that doesn't give us what we're talking about, or what doesn't give us what we're asking for, right? Because it doesn't matter how many posts we're gonna do that we're gonna make on the forums, on Reddit, on Twitter, on anywhere. It doesn't matter. Like, say it in game chat, write them an email, write to support. It doesn't matter how many times we would say to them, hey, we'd rather go back to the old way that you guys do expansions. Stop Living World, because apparently Living World was that was the crunch, right? Living World was always what they talked about, was like the crunch. Okay, I'm like, okay, that's fine. If you design expansions to have longevity, meta events that there's actual rewards to work towards, achievements that take a long time to kind of get through, you know, like Heart of Thorns. Like Heart of Thorns stuff, there's stuff in Heart of Thorns that I haven't done yet, right? So if you design an expansion that has longevity to it over a period of 2 to 4 years, and you say, yeah, hey, we're gonna do this, right? Like, but you're not gonna get Living World seasons, I would be okay with that. I would be okay with that. If they still in between do like the bonus events, the festivals, the occasional, like, you know, doing the balance patches and stuff like that. Like, if you design an expansion to have longevity, which they certainly can with Guild Wars 2. Like, some people might say, well, there's no gear treadmill and there's no level cap, like, increase and stuff like that. But there's other ways that they could do this. If they can create meaningful masteries, if they can create meaningful metas meaningful strikes, convergences, really get people on board with this content, right? Make proper tutorials for this end game content, right? Because when you play WoW, going into like dungeons and going into raids is an automatic, like, it's an automatic thing. I don't think that there is WoW players that question that, right? Like, they understand that once you're through the story and you've gone through all the maps and you've leveled up, the next step is you start raiding. Like, that's a normal fucking thing. You know what I mean? But with Guild Wars, it's always been, there's this big divide where people are just screeching halt. They come to like this giant hole in the ground that after the story, right? They play the story and they play the open world stuff and they're just like, okay, stop, right? But it's like, so how do you get, like, then, and they thought about it, and they're like, okay, let's do strikes. That kind of introduces them to raids and stuff like that. But then they gave up on strikes. And it's like, that still doesn't really get people there because you're not explaining what the people need to make, need to do, right? Like, you're not explaining the actual content to them, right? You need to explain to them how to break bars, how to dodge properly, right? It's all about the tutorial things, right? Most people, we talk about this all the time, is like, you know, most PvE players press 1 a lot, right? Like 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, right? Like, if you're in a big group, you just press 1. We just did the meta event where people were standing on their, flying on their sky scales, just shooting fireballs because they couldn't be bothered to jump in and actually do mechanics and do things, right? So challenge your player base, even your casual player base, to say, hey, we're designing this expansion 2 to 4 years, right? Which means that 2 to 4 years there's going to be a break of like not really any content coming out, okay? But we're designing the content to have longevity to it, and we're going to do updates to it. We're going to like change things to it. We're going to do stuff as we go along with this expansion, but we're going to give you like 4 solid maps with meta events, with world bosses, with all of this good stuff. It's all well designed. There's variety in events, there's a variety in achievements, there's a ton of skins to go for, a ton of things to work towards. That is going to have to last you. I think most people would be okay with that, but ArenaNet has never gone to that, right? Like, Heart of Thorns was the first and only one that they did it, and so many people were mad about the content drought that we had 6 months before Heart of Thorns and 6 months after Heart of Thorns. Do you know why they were like that? Because ArenaNet had trained them during Season 1 that every 2 weeks they would be dropping new content with a ton of achievements to go for, with a ton of new things to do, right? That was what the player base back then was trained for. I don't think that the 6 months before Heart of Thorns and 6 months after Heart of Thorns being content droughts was such a horrible thing, right? It was just a matter of telling people like, yeah, well, you gotta go into the expansion map, like, go in there and do all of the stuff in there, right? Like, you know, defending Taria 100 times doesn't just happen overnight, you know? They could have saved Mistborn Barons and Babanisos as a Galadelph update patch. No, but that's what I'm saying, like, completely get rid of that. Like, I don't even, because that's exactly what it was, right? That's exactly what it was. The Mistborn Barons and Babanisos was the Galadelph release of this expansion. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's exactly the same thing, because End of Dragons came out, had 4 maps, and then Galadelph came, and that came after the fact, right? And it sucked because they had to cut all of it because they had to go into the next thing, right? And that's exactly what this is, the exact same thing here. That's why these maps aren't really that compelling. They're not compelling. They're not, like, I liked Mistborn Barons a lot more than I liked Babanisos, but you can already see the quality drop there, and then the quality drops even more there, right? Like, it's a drop, and then it's a drop even further in quality. And like, I like the story. I like that we're talking about Mersat and stuff like that. But again, if we're combining this with, well, we're just talking about Titans. The only thing the only thing that tied the Titans to the Mersat was that the Mistgate was in Babanisos. That's the only 2 things that they had to get, and, you know, the Scepter of War. But that was in our possession. We didn't need to talk about that. right? You can have one without the other. You don't need this. We could have just done this, and then we could have jumped into another expansion after the fact that then dealt with the Mist Gate and, you know, well, the Titans came from here and maybe we can still encounter them. You know, maybe they're still here or whatever. They're still bad guys and blah, blah, blah. It's fine. You know what I mean? But, you know, have that be a separate release, in my opinion. It's almost like design expansion as big as you want, at least 5 to 6 maps. They don't need that many maps. And then instead of a living world, just add more story content. Relative to flesh it out. They don't need that many maps though. Like, that's what I'm saying. If they make that's and I think that's the issue that they're running into, right? Like they had to create 5 maps, right? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maps, right? And 2 of them completely fell flat. There's no content in them, right? Like, and I get what you're saying is like, make sure that there's a lot of content in there and stuff like that, but they don't even need 5 maps for these releases. If they make good maps, you can make less maps. We have look at the amount of maps that we have in the game, guys. No one can play all of these maps, right? We have to, when we will emerge from their dens once more. Get ready. When we talk about something like this, you got to talk about the longevity, right? You can only spread your player base so thin, right? And so, like, we don't need all of these maps. The problem initially was that during season 1 and season 2, we didn't get any new maps, right? We only got Southside Cove, and that's been forgotten, right? So we don't need a plethora of new maps, because after that, they were like, oh my god, people want new maps, people want new areas, and they went apeshit with it. They started adding all of these fucking maps, right? Like, they added all of these maps in here, and then season 3 happened, which added, you know, added like 6 maps or something we added in there, right? And then Path of Fire happened and added all this. I mean, look at how much fucking landmass we got here, right? Then added all this stuff with it, right? Up here, sorry. Like, that's a ton of freaking playable space that they added in there, right? But now you're stretching your player base so thin that meta events like the one out here in Vabi never get done, right? You're spreading your player base. Like Yala Delve, you have to have specific guilds that run that content because no one runs it anymore, right? People run the most efficient things like Drizzlewood Coast or Tarir, right? Like, they run the most efficient things, and that's the where you will find the players. You know, we don't need 5 to 6 maps. That is way too much. 4 maps at most. If you do 4 really well designed maps, like, if these maps would have been better, like specifically New Kaineng City should have been completely redesigned, not by the way that it looks, but the content within it, you know, and have Dragon's End not be a meta specific map and actually have other shit going on, you know, like, this is good. Like, this would have been good. This is fine. You just need to create longevity in your game. That's the thing. Like, they think by just adding, oh yeah, we're adding a new map, and then that's gonna keep people busy because they have a new map to run through. Not the case. I got through that map in 6 hours, and I don't need to ever go back to it. I don't care that I don't have all the mastery points. I don't need them, right? I don't need this mastery point. I don't need that mastery point. I have more than enough. I'm never gonna need any more than I already have. Waste. People are not gonna be running this. A year from now, people are not going to be running Mistborn Barons. People are not going to be running Bavanisos. It's not happening. This is not... There's no rewards to go for. The RNG of having, you know, 1 in 1/1000th of a chance to get a Bloodstone infusion isn't going to keep people playing Mistborn Barons. I can guarantee you that. I think they do because they have to compute with the vastness of Portira. How do you solve content drought? I mean, I would love to do new story in the current area. The problem is you create content. First of all, you create content that has some longevity to it. Okay, that's where the achievements come in. That's where the masteries come in. Okay, I don't know how I would revise the masteries, but I feel like there has to be some kind of middle ground. If we look at something like Heart of Thorns, where the masteries unlock certain areas, right? We talked about like Metroidvania and stuff like that. There's different. They should be leaning more towards that side of the masteries, okay? Because then you create a map and you block out certain areas that people can't get into because they haven't learned the masteries yet, right? So that keeps you playing the content because you want to unlock the masteries because you want to get to those areas, okay? So you create a longevity a little bit there, right? Like you create this like a little bit of a, you know, people are going to be running the meta events because that gives you the most XP because you want to level up the masteries, right? And you want to get into these other areas because there's maybe events happening in those areas where there's more achievements happening, or there's more achievements that you can get, or there's more lore that you can learn about, or there's more dialogue, or there's something else, there's something for a collection that you need or whatever, right? And you gatekeep them behind that mastery, the mastery, right? And then it's also about like what did I say? It was the masteries, and what was the other thing? What was the other argument that I said? Oh, achievements, right? Like I said, you make actual collections that take people a long time. Not necessarily gatekeep it, not necessarily like gatekeep it with money, like, or timers or anything like that, but just make them long journeys where you have to go in and you have to, like, you know, you have to talk to this NPC and you have to do this and you have to do that and you have to go here and you have to do this event and you have to do that event and you get a really cool skin out of it. Like, that's one of the things that I really enjoyed in Secrets of the Obscure, was you went in and you had to do what, I don't remember where they were, but was it Skywatch Archipelago, where you go in and you got all the, like, the cool weapon skins and stuff like that? I don't even remember. Is it just Horn of Maguma? Is it just in here? I don't even remember where this was. Which ones were the ones that were like the really cool, like, weapons that you would get unlocked and stuff like that? Is that somewhere else? See, this whole thing is like, don't even get me started on the achievement panel and stuff like that. Is awful. Yeah, wherever, you know what I'm talking about, right? There's like little collections where you can get different weapon skins, right? Right now in the new map in Bavanisos, as far as I can tell, the only way that you can unlock the weapon set is by buying them from the merchant or doing the meta event and or the events and stuff like that and getting them. But what about having some of those skins be unlocked through doing achievements, going around, like, you know, some of these weapon skins that you have, some of these things, like having me go around and do an actual achievement, right? And it could just be like fucking finding rocks on the ground, right? Like, oh, you got to find 12 different rocks across this map. Okay, cool. Like, if you guys remember, like, we had achievements like that people years later still had to do, like the Mersat tokens. You guys remember, like, in the volcano and stuff like that, where you had to, like, collect the Mersat tokens, like, all across the whole map and stuff like that? That took people forever to do, right? And it's like, if you don't give them content, and it's not like, that's the thing, people are like, oh, content drought. Well, there was content there, right? Like, it's not like you drop this and you say, okay, bye. You then take the time to guide people towards it, right? So then you take the time and you say, hey, we don't have anything new coming out for 2 years, but there's stuff that you can do right now in game. Look at all these achievements. Look at this list of achievements that we have for you to go in and do, right? Go in, get these really cool, you know, they can make teasers on, you know, on any of their social media, on Facebook, and any of the stuff where they talk about, like, oh, you want to have this weapon skin? Well, you got to go do this achievement, this long achievement chain or whatever, right? And they can entice people to do this, right? Then the other thing they should be doing with content is, like I said, drive people towards some of the end game stuff, right? They released the Fractal. They just released it, right? Like, they had a teaser on the social media, which was really short. It was just like 30 seconds long of a teaser, and now have said nothing about the Fractal. Nothing. How are you pushing people to play your new content Okay, like there's a new fractal out there. I know it's not good, but you got to stay behind. Like you know, ArenaNet is a company that stands behind their content at all times. You know, I've talked about that earlier. So it's like you got to drive people to go do this stuff, right? There's like raid CMs coming out, raid LCMs coming out, right? Like, how do you drive people to play that, right? They tried to do that with strikes. Okay, you failed at that. Then find a different way, because that's the end game. There's a reason it's called PvE end game. Like end game PvE, right? It's called that because it's the end game of the PvE area. This is what people should be striving to play. But ArenaNet wants to just be like, okay, well, we have all these different groups of people and we have to please all these different people and they can't mesh together. We tried to like kind of mesh them together, but it didn't really work, and now we don't want to deal with it. We don't, you know, we have the raiders and we have these other people and we're going to try to satisfy all of them, but they're not satisfying really any of them. Okay? Because I feel like raiders having one raid a year is probably not enough for them either, you know, and maybe the rewards aren't enough for people to go ahead and do it, you know. So it's like you're releasing this content, then make it worthwhile. Make it worth your own while, because you have put the resources, the development into it. So go drive people towards this content somehow. You know what I mean? Like by having RNG of like, and they don't talk about it, they don't tell you this, but because of other players, we find out that you can get a bloodstone infusion, which has like a 1 in a billionth chance of dropping from the raid. Isn't gonna drive people to do the raid. It's really not, right? So you got to find other ways of driving people to do the raids, right? Whether it is that you do, let's say, the masteries, and you really say, well, you know, you need 3 million for your new mastery, and your new mastery is gonna unlock a new area of the map that you can go to. Make it a Metroidvania, right? And say, yeah, you need to get 3 million, and the fastest way to do that is by going in and doing the raid, and you can get, you know, the like they could have some kind of system in there where the first time that someone finishes a raid, they get a huge, like a 1 million, or even like maybe a whole level, like 3 million experience, boom, just like handed to them, right? So that they're whatever mastery they're working on is now completely full, right? And it's just like they can train it immediately. Right, like kind of find other ways to drive people. Like that is, you know, the content drought only exists because the content is shallow. That's the only reason content drought exists, right? Like if you make the content shallow, yeah, there's gonna be content drought if you don't have anything for 6 months. You know, that's why we're all dreading the next 5 months. The next 5 months we're all dreading, because the content that was delivered to us in this last year has been very shallow. There's no depth to it, you know, and just they need to find a way around that. You know, legendary armor was a step in the right direction, you know, having different ways of acquiring that and stuff like that, you know. That's good. It's making people do rifts, you know. That's there's something there, you know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, it's just, do they need to create more legendaries? Maybe they need to create more legendaries. Then they need to just come up with, they need to get one of their people that makes gem store skins, stop making gem store skins for about 3.5 seconds, and create a legendary that they can create some kind of PvE journey for, right? And create more PvE, because if that's what you're focusing on, then you need to, you know, and just make that more easier achievable, right? We got a legendary back piece, that's fine. A lot of people don't want to go for it. Well, maybe one isn't enough. Maybe you need to add more of those, right? Like, and maybe change the way that legendaries are acquired, because people keep getting legendaries day one, which I guess is fine. But then again, where's the longevity? Where's the you know, the time investment that it should take to create a legendary, right? There should be a time investment. Like I shouldn't be able to just go in day one and just be like, yeah, I have all the materials, they released it and I'm gonna craft it now, because it just, it nullifies everything that comes past the point of that release, right? Like it's just everything you did before kind of mattered more. You kind of did everything already, you know. I was really hoping that Baba Nisus was going to be amazing, as amazing as Auric Basin. I mean, that would be great. If that's how the map is, like if they had created another Auric Basin map, oh my god, that would be fucking fantastic.
I could use an extra spear
like they said already on Reddit, we pay more for less stuff than Living World. I mean, I get where ArenaNet is coming from, because apparently Living World was very detrimental to their workers. It made them very crunch, right? There was no like work-life balance. It was just like everyone was stressed out all the freaking time. That's what it sounds like. Everyone was losing their minds, pulling out their hairs, trying to get everything done in time. So I kind of get where they're coming from, right? Also, prices rising, you know, it's kind of normal. I mean, I feel like that's normal. That's the world we live in. I don't think that the price is necessarily an argument, because you know, I'm paying 10 times as much for a carton of eggs now than I did, like, you know, a couple years ago. But I'm getting the same carton of eggs, right? That's just how inflation is. That's just how it works, right? The cost for ArenaNet probably has gone up too, so they need to figure out how to make more money, so they got to charge a little bit more in order to keep surviving. I mean, it makes sense to me, right? Like, I think it makes sense that, you know, it's still not expensive. Like, $25 for expansion isn't expensive in my opinion. I think it's justified if the content is there to support that. You know what I mean? Stop making gemstone skins for 3 seconds is hilarious. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I get that that's part of their main income, but it's like they're releasing non-stop, and some of those skins, like, I'm like, man, if you put a little bit more effort into it, it would be a really good legendary skin, right? Like, there's certain skins where I look at it, like, there was this one that I wonder if they have that available right now. It's that hammer skin. Oh, they don't have it. It's the one with the, like, wolf heads on it. Man, that looks so badass. I'm like, if that had like its own like projectiles, you know, for like for revenants, if that had its own footfalls, where like maybe like you have like little wolf paws as like you know, like blue fire paw prints, you know, wolf paw prints or whatever, like that would have been so cool. Like, stop making gemstone skins for like 3 seconds and do something that makes people want to play your content. You know, like, that's kind of, I don't know, that's how I feel. Do more like the prismatic champion regalia, things like that. Stuff like that. I mean, there's so many things that could be potentially, you know, legendary sets that could be, you know, in-game rewards and stuff like that. And it's, you know, I don't know. I don't think everything needs to be gemstone. I know that they need to make money, and I know that that is their main income and stuff like that. But if they make, like, I would rather pay more for the expansion and have those skins be included in the expansion than have to just swipe my credit card to get a skin out of the gem store. Does that make sense? Like, does that make sense? Like, I feel like that makes sense. You know, I would rather have them, like, I'd rather pay $35 and have another legendary added into my journey, my expansion journey, you know, and maybe it'd be something that'd be going for. And it doesn't have to be a weapon, it doesn't have to be a back piece, it doesn't have to be anything specific. Just make whatever, just pick whatever. Like I said, make a legendary hammer, boom, include that in the next expansion. Doesn't have to be anything that we don't have already. We have everything. Every slot has been taken except for the aqua breather, but we don't talk about that, right? We pay for reused assets. It's not like Janthir was free. It wasn't. I mean,
one of these nifty
I mean,
boxes.
I don't disagree. The acid reuse was a little over the last 2 expansions was a little. Well, but I don't know. I mean, was the acid reuse really that bad? In like, I don't know. I still disagree on that with Secrets of the Obscure. I really don't think that the reuse of assets in Secrets of the Obscure. The only thing that they should have done is they should have made the Cryptus more interesting enemies, because the actual bosses, the actual heads of the families and the different like houses, the leaders of the houses and stuff that we faced off, they all looked really cool to me. They all had like cool designs and stuff like that, like Patha and Sarah's and Deimos and, you know, all of them, like Eparch, and they looked really cool, you know. And I really think that they could have done better with the Cryptids, right? Like as demons, they could have created them a little bit better. I think they could have made them look less just black and white. They were very monochrome, which made them look, I think, worse than they needed to. They should have been more fleshy than monochrome, than the black and white that they kind of were. But yeah, I mean, they're like, when I look at this map, like, I know that there's a ton of reused assets, but there's also plenty of really new assets in it, right? Like Janthir Sentry, plenty of reused assets, but they really made that map feel unique. You know, like, just not content-wise. You know, design-wise, but not content-wise. Content-wise, it was probably one of the most boring maps that they've released in the last 10 years. Because there's, like, no variety whatsoever. Cryptos are a pain to watch. This filter they have is eye soaring. Yeah, it's a weird filter on the Cryptos as well. The weird, like, pulsing that they tried to go with. Kind of strange. Doesn't really bother me, but I get where people are coming from when it bothers them. Yeah. Does that Coden's got new assets, but not Mersat? Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, but I think that's where it comes down to, again, like, if they had done only these 3 maps and cooked more on these 3 maps, and that's the expansion, that's all we get with Janthir Wilds, I would have been fine. I would have been fine with that. I would have been fine, because the acid reuse isn't that heavy. There's still, like, the sulfur springs are very unique. There's still, like, a unique element to them, right? We have, like, a cool bloodstone area here. Like, it still looks very unique, right? With the way that they have, like, water on different levels now, and they're really utilizing this now, this technology, right? Like, there was enough new assets used in these 3 maps that I would be, like, okay with it, right? So that's why I'm saying, again, that's another reason, like, map 3 and 4 are just a plethora of reused assets, right? Because of probably crunch, because of probably they couldn't get it done in time, or they, you know, they didn't have time to create new assets or whatever, right? So that's what I'm saying. It's like, we don't need to have 6 maps. We don't need 6 maps. That is way too much. Way too many maps. Because honestly, I'm gonna tell you right now, if they have 5 to 6 maps, that doesn't mean that there is no content drought, because that just means that probably those maps are gonna feel very empty, right? The more maps you have, the more you need to fill them, which means that the less maps you have, the more you can invest time on those specific maps to make those better. Like I said, imagine we had 3 Rothmar Valley maps for Janthir Wilds. With the amounts of variety of events that happen, right? There's all these different events that are going on everywhere, right? We have the shooting range, we have the ooze pit, which is like 3 teams, and then they come together to fight a boss. We have the concert, which is like one of the coolest stuff, like coolest things they've ever created. You know, We have the Doomlore Shrine, which is fighting some enemies. We have the effigy, which is like passing the fire, you know, around. We have the derby down here. We have the like doing the forge thing where you have to like keep the forge going. There is helping the kids in the forest. There's a cooking event, right? There's such, you know, there's a jumping puzzle here. There is a there is such a variety. You know, there's adventures here. You know, you have a racing event. You have another racing event that's a skimmer thing here on like a fairly small map. This is not a big map, right? But it's so dense with a variety of events that it feels like a fantastic map. People loved this map when it came out, right? Imagine you had 3 Grothmar Valley, and of course we had like our first strike ever was introduced, Shiver Peak Pass, right? Like, imagine you had 3 Grothmar Valley maps with the amount of variety and density of events, right? Like, it's not even about the achievements. It's not even about the rewards or whatever, but it's just fun to play in Grothmar Valley because you have all these, like, you just have like such a variety. It's like, am I gonna go to the shooting range right now and go shoot a bunch of things, or am I gonna go on this roller beetle race, or am I gonna go do the Metal Legion concert? You know, which I would be stupid not to because it's fun as hell, right? It's about, the thing always has been with ArenaNet, it's like it's about the journey, not the destination, right? But it's like when you create a map like Mistburnt Barrens and Bavanissos, what's the journey here? What's the journey in these maps, right? Like you lose me on that mentality because those maps don't seem to have that same mentality that some other maps that they have created have, you know? Grothmar Valley is best example how to do reused assets smart. Yeah, I just think, I don't know. I think one of the reasons why I hated the Cryptus so much wasn't necessarily of what they looked like and that they had the same skeletons as the other enemies and stuff like that. But that, first of all, they all looked the same, right? The one thing that we got with Janthir Wells is we got a variety of enemies, right? It's one type of Titan spawn, right? It was 4 different kinds of Titan spawn that we got, and we got other enemies as well. We got new models on other, you know, on other things, right? We got Timberwolves, Val Ravens or whatever they were called, right? We got like the Mistbog, you know, with the undead, right? We had undead return, which is nice to kind of see. I mean, I don't think that it doesn't need to be. Oh, it's right on here. That's why it's there. I was like, what the hell? Do I complain it's Ascalon Char remix? No, because it's cool. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, there's a smart way of reusing these assets and stuff like that. And I don't know. I just think that, like, we don't need, like, ArenaNet, stop making all of these maps if you can't fill the maps with stuff. Right? Like, does anyone agree? Like, just to put it in simple terms, I don't want more maps if the maps mean nothing. I don't want more maps if they become Yella Delve maps. I don't want more maps. Then stick with the maps that you have. Right? Like, is it just me? Is that, like, is that too extreme? Is it too extreme to say that I don't want many maps just because they can't fill it with stuff? But it's like, this is our second mini expansion, and I feel like the maps are the maps that are post initial release feel lackluster, and even in this one the Janthir Sentry map feels very lackluster. I would have rather had them cancel Mistburnt Barrens and Bavanissos if they had just said, you know what, we're gonna cancel those, and instead we're going to focus on making Janthir Sentry and Mount Balrior the best maps that we can. And I didn't actually collect that. If you're just slightly elevated, by the way, if you are slightly elevated above the ground, you will not collect the cash. Just so you guys know that. Janthir was okayish, but damn, putting griffins there as the main enemy was a bad idea. I mean, I don't know. Well, I liked it. I thought it was a variety. I mean, I don't think that griffins. I hate griffins as enemies, but it's a nice variety. It's not. I'm not fighting Titan spawn. That was the one thing that if you look at my summary, I put it perfectly in my summary of Secrets of the Obscure, right? It's like you close rifts and you fight against Cryptus 95% of the expansion. That is 95 of the expansion. 95% of the expansion is you doing exactly that. Closing rifts and fighting Cryptus. That's what made it a boring expansion to me. Because then we go to Nios, and guess what we do? Exactly the same thing. We close rifts and we defeat Cryptus. Kill Cryptus. You know? Like, maps need density of events and variety of events. And like, whatever happened to by the way, whatever happened to quests or dynamic event chains? Has anyone noticed that they don't really have chains anymore? Like, yes, granted, you know, here we have, you know, a chain of events that leads here, chain of events here, chain of events here, right? But like, what about just like random events that chain together? Janthir Sentry has one that's here, and then you go out and you kill the thing out in Thunder Bay, right? You have the thing here, and then it goes out here, right? These other events, none of these other events have a follow-up. None of these events have a follow-up. There's no follow-up to any other event on here. No other event has a follow-up. There's no chain beside that one chain, as far as I can tell. I could be wrong, but as far as I know, there's only one event chain on this entire map, and it's a 2-event chain that leads to probably some of the better content on that map. Right? Like, kind of the same here. I mean, many of these events don't really chain together, right? You like do these events, and like once you do these events, you know, they're done. They're just one and done, right? It's like, you know, fighting, like going and catching the deer here, boom, done. Helping the little wolf pup or the little reindeer thing or whatever, right? Those are these, right? Doing the little bee thing over here, right? I think I think that's a chain, right? Like the 2-event chain or whatever, right? Like this, right? You go through, you do the thing, you're done. You move on, right? Like, event chains weren't huge, really, in this. And then we get 3 event chains here, with some outlying events here and there, right? And then we go in here, and we have 1 meta event, and the rest are just, again, singles. I don't think that these events that are around, I think there's like 4 or 5 events, they don't chain. There's no event chains. That was one of the... There's a couple, at least 3, maybe in Sentry. Okay, which ones? Which ones did I miss? There's event chains here. Did I miss something? I could have missed something, which is totally fine. I get it. Is there some event chains here? I'm trying to do the crab, but they tell nothing new. I mean, they don't. The thing is that, like, I guess this one down here maybe is an event chain too. No one really does that event though. The thing is that, like, when I look at stuff like that, you know, I think back of the Manifesto trailer, right? And like, we think back on the whole idea that Arenanen had when Guild Wars 2 came out about, like, oh, you know, centaurs standing in a field, like, you know, you get a quest, kill 10 centaurs because they're attacking the town, but they're not actually attacking the town, they're just standing in a field, right? This is Colin Johansson. I remember, like, I can see it in front of me, right? And he's talking about, like, you know, but it's just 10 centaurs that are just standing in a field, they're not doing anything, they're not actively attacking, right? And it was in the Manifesto trailer that they talked about, like, this is what we want to do with Guild Wars. We don't want you to just swing a sword 1, 2, 3, right? Like auto attack. We want to actually have skills that mean something, right? Like, we want you to actually press the buttons and actually have it mean something, right? Which is cool, which is fine.
Let the mark
God, I
we
hate
leave
when
on
they
this
like talk
earth
over
be
me.
as gentle
Makes
as
it so
is
hard for me to
ephemeral.
focus. You know, that was great, right? Like, but the thing that I was trying to get to is in that same manifesto trailer, they talked about how the events are supposed to be like something is happening, right? And it's like, you know, when you look at something like Queenstale is like the best example of that, right? And it's like you can actively feel that there is a war going on with the centaurs, right? Because they're attacking here, and then, you know, if they're not attacking here, they're attacking here, and if they're not attacking here, they're like attacking here, right? And it's like you can beat them back, right? You can beat them back to the corner of the map, which is over here, the foothills, right? You can beat them back to the foothills, right? That's their like main hold here, like kind of like up here, like this is their like main hold around here, right? And so you have to like defend the farms, you have to defend the farm, you have to defend these camps and stuff like that, right? You have to defend all this to fight them back, right? And the chains tell a story. They tell this like, this is what the map, right? And that's what they wanted it to be, right? They wanted these chains to like tell a story, and you'll be on fire if the centaurs are attacking, right? And it's like, oh my god, right? And it makes you feel like, but we don't get that in these expansions, right? It really doesn't feel like that. Same with like Inner Nios. Many of these, beside the meta event that's going on that goes through the map, right? Many of them I don't think are very chained, right? It's like one event where maybe you escorted someone, right? Like, I don't really remember. I think they're like in this part here. You have to like, isn't it like over here? You have to like escort these guys to safety, right? That's the event, right? You have down here, or is it down here? Mosin's Repose, I think that's the area, right? Where you do the little scanning for the enemies. You do that event. You have these towers here that you have to like destroy. Like, I don't even remember all this stuff that's there. But again, you have these like one-off events that like dynamic events, like I said, I think is one of the best systems in gaming that has ever been created. And I think many other gaming studios would benefit from like looking at the dynamic event system and being like, we can implement this, right? We can implement this in our single player game, we can implement this in our multiplayer game, we can implement this in like whatever, right? Like, I think it's one of those systems that's really cool, having random things happen, and they, you know, and sometimes having certain trigger, like we talked about, you know, we talked in Queenstale, for example. There is this one event right here that triggers when there's only a lot of people on the map in this area, right? Like, we had to look this up because this happened when the Steam, I think this was like during Steam, when Steam came out, and all these new people were like playing around like in Queenstale and stuff like that, hanging out and stuff like that. We had this event trigger where this guy steals the plan to the pumping station, which I'd never seen in 10 years or 11 years or 12 years or however long it was at that point of playing this game. I'd never seen this event. I've made almost 200 characters in my lifetime. I've never seen this event, right? And we see this event happen where this guy runs down here, right? And he gets eaten by a drake, I think is what it was, right? Like, he runs away with the thing, and you have the, I think that you only have until he gets like eaten by the drake at the end. Wasn't that it? Wasn't that what happened? I don't remember. But, you know, and that trigger events, right? Like, that only happens if there's a lot of people in the area, right? Like, that's kind of cool. I mean, it kind of sucks because that means once people move on from the material, you won't see that happen. But there's other triggers that they could have, right? There's like other ways that they could have these events that like chain like into each other, you know? And like, it's just so dynamic events, again, like I said, it's nice to have a density, but it's also make them meaningful, make them like actually do something, right? Like, none of these events really do anything. They're just there. You're just there. Like, you know, you just defeat this group of enemies. All right, you move on with your life, right? Like, we have all these, like, you know, you catch the like, these events right here are all about like the basilisk, right? The basilisk is out. You go after it, you kill it, boom, done. Same with the reindeer up here, right? You like catch the reindeer. That's all that is, right? You go over here, you have the warthog, right? You do that, or the not the warthog, the warg, right? Like, they don't do anything, right? You have this like the the rabbits or the journeykin that not the rabbits, the journeykin that eat the stuff, right? Like there's nothing that goes like drive, like there's a reason why some of these events in the core map work, because people want to see what it chains to. Like I feel drawn to an event because I'm like, man, okay, once I do this event, it's going to chain into another event, it's going to chain into another event, and then there's going to be boss at the end. And it kind of drives me to do that. But when there's just like a one-off event happening, I'm like, whatever, it doesn't really matter. Like chains drive me more to do the content, right? You know what I mean? Like I just kind of want to like, and once you do that event, once you're kind of in it, right? You're kind of like, I want to see it through. Like I just did this first event, and now this NPC is like saying something, and they're going somewhere else, and they're doing another event, and like I want that. Like I want to go there, and I want to do this, you know? And like even here, you know, it's kind of crazy. Like you have like this map, for example, like I kind of just looked at it, and I know this has like nothing to do with what I just said, but you can actually see a clear path that was drawn out that we actually take to get to the mountain. I don't know if you guys have ever realized this, but there's an actual path that leads on the outside of the mountain that leads us in here. We don't go this way. We don't go this way. We actually go, it literally shows you this is past to Belrior, and it actually has a path that's drawn out on the map for you that leads to the mountain. Would have been really cool to have that as a map, right? Like we talked about. And then that's where you enter. That would have been really cool. Well, it's getting pretty freaking late, so I'm probably gonna head out here because I still need to cook some food, and my voice is getting shot. Do you guys hear that? It's getting like deeper, which doesn't happen all the time to me, but I'm very passionate today. A lot of passion happening. But yeah, anyways, so those are kind of my thoughts. I don't know how you guys feel. I mean, you guys have told me pretty much some of the stuff, you know, but those of you that are watching after the fact, right, on like YouTube or whatever. So let me know what you guys think about any of this. Like I said, this doesn't mean this is the end of me making content for Guild Wars. I have a backlog of videos of things that I want to do. And yes, some people might be like, well, it's a waste of time to make some of these. But there's some of them that I really want to do, right? Like there's a lot of them that I want to get into, that I want to talk about, that like that I need a series that I have that I want to finish, stuff like that. And there's more shorts coming out. I don't mind the events in Lowland Shore because there's a variety, but the Bog Queen is the only one that made me feel curious. Same with Sentry, there's only a few. See, but that's the thing, is like made you feel curious because there's like a cool boss at the end, and you have a chain, and there's like a mystery, right? Because you like kind of go to inspect the bog, right? And it's an event chain. Thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Super Evil Wolfie. Thanks. Right, but like I feel like again the drive for me to do those events, to that specific event, was that it was a chain. And there was like dialogue to kind of support that, right? Like to kind of be like, oh yeah, the bog and the people in the bog and blah blah blah, and you know, and it ends in like a cool boss fight with like cool mechanics. You know, there's like cool mechanics in a boss fight at the end, which doesn't take 100,000 people on the map. It's not a meta event. It's a chained event with a champion at the end that has some interesting mechanics, and I like that. Why can't we have more of that? Why does everything need to be a world boss or a meta event? It doesn't have to be that way. Thanks. Yeah, I was actually going to head out in a second, so I don't know if you just got here. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm glad for the backlog of discussion streams. There's going to be stuff. There's going to be stuff I want to talk about. So just to give you guys, I'm looking at my list. That's why I keep looking down. So on my list, what I have right now for videos that I wrote down at some point in time, that I wanted to make. So I have a Return to Tyria expansion. which is a concept of a return to Tyria, where I kind of outline an expansion that has us going back to main core Tyria and what we can expect in an expansion like that. Animal Facts 5. So Animal Facts 4 has been out for a long time now, probably over a year, I want to say. And I have plenty more Animal Facts to talk about, because I scoured the world and I went through, and I have I think another like 18 or 19 facts to talk about. So that's going to be in Animal Facts 5. Mesmer dual classing. So if you guys are a fan of my dual classing series, which is a little bit different than the usual stuff that I make, Mesmer is on the list. I had started a script at some point. I might have to rewrite it, I don't know, but that I have a Depths of Tyria expansion, like a Depths of Tyria, meaning like going underground, kind of coming up with a concept that way. And then the last one on here is options for next expansion, meaning like what are the options, where are the places, what are the stories about the next expansion where we could go, right? And then there's another one that I haven't talked about, but it's my the mists, right? Like the mists and like the theory that I have about the mists in the world of Guild Wars, right? So those are the ones that I'm looking at right now. And like I said, I am working on a new series of shorts. I am working on the regular series of shorts, so I want to get those done. I don't know when I'm going to get those done. I might have some time in the next few days to get a couple of those shorts out. But yeah, so that's kind of what I'm looking at. We're looking at 5 months of a content drought. We have, according to this special tab, we have 145 days. We have 145 days before a new release of Guild Wars 2. Which means that we have to occupy our time some other way. And we're going to be doing that. I'm going to be playing Guild Wars 1 a lot. We still have to do the dungeons in Guild Wars 1. I want to do Guild Wars Beyond, and like that sort of stuff. I want to play through all of that with you guys. And yeah, and that's kind of, you know, that's pretty much it. So no more streams. No more streams for what? What do you mean? I'm still going to be streaming. I'm still gonna be streaming. I don't know if I'm gonna be doing Guild Wars 2. That's my thing. Like, I might jump into Guild Wars 2 once we get like the announcement for the next expansion. Maybe for the push beta. Maybe for like a World vs. World bonus event. Maybe for like some Return 2. Maybe some of the festivals. So you might see me stream Guild Wars 2 every so often. But I think I'm gonna be concentrating on more video making for Guild Wars 2. But then I'm going to be doing other streams. We still have to finish Expedition 33. I haven't finished that yet. Then I have a list of games that I want to play with you guys. I want to play Jedi Survivor and Fallen Order. I want to play the Rayman Redemption and Rayman Great Escape game. I wrote that down. I want to play Kingdoms of Amalur Re-Reckoning with you guys. The new Mario Kart, I want to stream that. So I have that listed as well. So there's just like a preview of some of the games that I want to play with you guys. I won't be gone. I'll be back on Monday, dude. I'm telling you right now. I'm gonna be streaming on Monday. That's gonna be, I don't know what I'm gonna be streaming on Monday, but I'm gonna be streaming on Monday. It might be Guild Wars 1. Might be doing Guild Wars 1. I'm not leaving. I'm just saying, like, Guild Wars as entering a content drought. That's what's kind of happening, right? So I'm gonna be occupying my time with other things, right? Backlog of videos, other games to play through. Jedi are amazing games. I played the first one that came out, but only like halfway through, and then I never finished it. And then the other one came out, and then now I want to do it on stream. So I'm gonna be playing through those. So I'm gonna be playing through Expedition 33, finishing that up. And there's a bunch of other games. Like, this is not even it. Like, I have so many other games that I want to play through. So, yeah, those are some of the games that I kind of like wrote down that I don't have a list of already. Probably last good Star Wars game we'll ever get. Well, I don't know. I wouldn't I don't know. I feel like we're probably gonna get a good Star Wars game at some point in time. I don't think that Disney is doing that great of a job with Star Wars in general, but I don't know. I'm sure there's gonna be some decent games, and if not, maybe there's gonna be some cool remakes or remasters or something coming out of older games. I mean, they just did like Jedi Force Battles or whatever that's called. That just came out. Didn't they just re-release that or something? So that's kind of cool. I haven't played that, but I haven't played that in like 20 years. Anyways, it's getting really late. I'm gonna make some dinner. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you guys are on Twitch and you guys want to see more of my stuff, make sure to follow me on YouTube. That's where all my past streams are on the live tab. That's where all of my shorts are. That's where all of my videos are. That's where all of my stuff is. So go on the YouTube channel. And yeah, hopefully, thank you guys. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you, Super Evil Wolfie. Jacob, Ali, Elvis. Oh, Elvis. Hey, I didn't even realize that was you. Hey, Elvis. Mish King. Emily was here earlier. And everyone else that was here. I appreciate you guys very much. Make sure you get your rewards, your drops. I'm not gonna raid anyone because I don't know anyone, so I don't really care. I'm multi-streaming, so it's hard for me to even do that anyways. So, but yeah, go find someone else to watch to get your drops and stuff like that. I appreciate you guys very much, and I'll see you